a player whose talent was born for the biggest stage of all. He has dazzled us with his brilliance and belief in Sheffield. 7 in a row against Ronnie, 11 in a row against C. The greatest comeback in Crucible history. And here he is, emerging for the most important match of his life. Give it up for the Belgian bullet, Luca Brecel.
There you heard it from Rob Walker, the biggest comeback in Crucible history. 14-5 down, he was dead and buried, then won 12 of the next 13 to book his place in this final.
And now to one of the all-time greats, a player whose determination has defined his life and career. This 4-time champion has the heart of a lion. The lessons he learned from his father have served him well and will serve him well again. Here he comes, the jester from Leicester, Selby.
Yep, final number 6 for Selby, and his record is excellent. 4 wins, 1 defeat so far in the final. He's going to take some beating. And he looks calm, doesn't he? A smile and a wave. So the obligatory handshake with the trophy. This is where it all begins. The biggest match in world snooker. Mark Selby, Luca Brecel. First to 18 frames.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. The first frame, Luca Brecel to break. Can we make sure they're all off at the start, please?
Well, it hasn't taken long, has it, for the first mobile phone to go off? It's been a scourge of the championships. Let's hope that's it for now. Always fluke one. And that's not a bad kiss on the brown either for Brecel. Very handy piece of
5.
Good fortune for the Belgian
6.
early on, who said coming into this final, I'm playing my game. It's not going to be phased or bogged down.
$11. $12.
And it's definitely the right idea as well from Brecel to stick to his own game plan against Selby. Mark Allen in his semi-final with Selby. You feel got a little bogged down, tried to
90.
play Selby at his own game, and well, that never comes off. But actually when Allen was
20.
15-10, 16-10 down at one point, he reverted back to his usual style of quick fire, high energy snooker, and that got him right back in it. So good to see Brecel is on the attack early on.
27. 28.
Yeah, good opportunity that to get into the reds. He had the red over the left corner as insurance.
35. 36. $43. $44.
So quickly into a 44-point lead, soon to become 49 with this blue. Interesting as well, wasn't it? Hearing those thoughts of Luca Brecel after his semi-final win against Si Jiahui, how when he was 14-5 down, his only objective at that point was to avoid losing the match with a session to spare. Didn't think he could win it. Just wanted to keep pride intact, play the full sessions and make it respectable, and he only began to believe that he could win the match at 14-all.
$55. $56.
Wiped its feet, but safely in. Nicely on the blue. The first frame nearly on the board. Just this red
61.
and the black will leave Selby needing a snooker.
62. $69. 70.
And that will probably keep Selby in his chair.
$77.
Well, not a lot Selby could do, really. Very unlucky from his point of view that Brecel fluked the red.
Luca Brecel. 77. And the first frame.
And Selby does indeed concede a quick-fire first frame then from Luca Brecel. He leads 1-0. So Mark Selby gets frame 2 underway. Well, he hasn't potted a ball yet, Selby. Unlucky in the first frame that Brecel got the fluke. Nothing lucky about that, though, from the Belgian. Struck this beautifully.
$5. $6. $13.
Well, it can't, and that is an excellent shot from Brecel.
14.
Just about could find the angle to cut that into the centre. Another tough black on the way, though. But he's potting everything, isn't he, Brecel? He's off to an absolute flyer.
21.
Pushed the boat out a little too far there, but I think he's got cover on the green. Good response. Selby pots his first red of the final. Plenty of pressure on that as well with the green, or the red, I beg your pardon, over the green pocket. Looks like the brown passes, so this is handy. But it was tight. Got to give Selby a little bit of credit there, because that wasn't a straightforward pot on the brown. Had to pinch a little bit of the angle. Just overcompensated. And he's let a confident Luca Brecel back in. Yeah, just had to catch the near jaw and hope that the pocket would take it, but the margin of error is so fine.
Six. Seven.
As Joe Johnson said in our opening piece, it is the ultimate marathon, this World Championship. To lift the crown over 17 days, you've got to win an astonishing 71 frames of snooker.
40.
Brecel's won 54 of them. Looking to make it 55. But it's a marathon, not only of physical endurance, but it's mental endurance as well. One of the great commentators, one of the great snooker commentators of our time, Clive Everton, years ago, called this the marathon of the mind. It's exactly that. Brecel knows it's a good start that he's got here, but there's a long way to go. Now, has he come far enough to take this into the yellow pocket?
21.
I don't think he has, because he's walked away from the shot. So 42-point lead and a good safety. Looking to edge behind the brown. This isn't bad, you know.
Luca Brecel.
If he misses the knuckle, no, he's just caught the knuckle. If he just missed that knuckle, that would have been right up against the brown. Ooh, Selby. That looked like it might just drop, but that is a super safety shot. Yeah, really good safety shot that from Selby. A real contrast of styles, this final. Swashbuckling Brecel against Mark Selby, who just digs in. So two cushion escape, trying to nestle up to the reds. He's not given this enough.
Foul on the miss. Mark Selby 4.
Just needs to adjust the line slightly, Brecel, if he does come back, but Selby has spotted a plant that looks very makeable. Now that was handy for Selby. Maybe not a bad idea here for Selby to go into the reds. He'll be on the red to the corner if he does. Oh, he's overcut it.
Mark Selby 1.
Doesn't need to do much here. Brecel, the blacks ready and waiting.
1. Eight. 9.
Well, Selby knows this stage better than most, certainly better than Brecel. But it's the Belgian, the inexperienced of the two, who has settled far better in the early stages of this final.
17.
Just needs this black to leave Selby needing a snooker. Yep, sensible. Doesn't try any heroics there.
24.
Good idea here, surely, just to nestle behind the brown if he can. Again, it's a good attempt if he can miss the knuckle.
24.
Yeah, he has. And this is a good strategy from Brecel. He's keeping the attacking intent going, but also knowing when to rein it in, keep it tight. Doesn't want to kiss the red and misses the red. Well, Selby needs just the one snooker. And with the brown where it is, it's certainly a good opportunity for Selby to find that snooker. Looking for the brown here. This is a good effort. Unlucky just to catch that knuckle at the very end. Well, Selby will definitely look to pot this red now. Try and get as many of these reds and blacks potted.
One.
The red on the cushion looks to be the one that I think Selby will aim to use as his opportunity to find a snooker. And he'll try to, if he can, send that red on the cushion up behind or very close to the brown. Make it really tough for Brecel.
Thanks. 9.
So red and the black to come. And then Selby will try to land the all-important snooker.
$24.
He's played it well. Yes, he would have liked to have been a little closer to the brown. He was a little low on that red after the black. But I tell you what, this is not an easy hit at all. He's got the red away from the cushion as well. Selby said there's room around it.
Foul.
So Selby
Mark Selby 4.
has the 4 points. The frame back in the balance. Could have done without the kiss on the yellow there. Would have laid a snooker of his own had it drifted past the yellow. Chance maybe here for Selby to get the cue ball back behind the brown. Oh, he's caught the far knuckle, but got away with it. containing safety from Selby. Well, it's a good lead. Brecel has 32 points with 35 on, but such as the openness of the colours, you do feel this could well be a red ball frame. Doesn't want this to travel and leave the free ball. Have a feeling Selby will be getting him to play from there.
No free ball. From here.
Doesn't change a lot. Missing that red in terms of what's needed. Brecel still needs the red. Selby still needs to clear the table. Play this round the angles, Brecel. Keep the cue up the far end of the table, bring the red down close to the black. Just needs to avoid the traffic. No, decided to come across the table instead. Played it well. Very well. Oh, needs this to hold to the cushion, and it has. Got the snooker. Easy hit for Selby, but cannot afford to leave it up. Oh, look at this. Excellent match play snooker from the four-time champion. Trying to lay the snooker behind the pink there. Selby has left this up, but the cueing is horrible for Brecel. Oh, that's a good kiss on the brown, though. Just putting it safe. Or safer, anyway. Well, this time Selby has the snooker. Brecel now with the problem of trying to get the red safe. Should be able to just butt behind this one and keep the cue ball where the red is and send the red down this end of the table. Just needs to be careful not to clatter into the green with the red. Well, in the end, clatters into the black and it's done him a big, big favour. Very big favour. Well, Brecel started this match very quickly, but hasn't potted a red now for nearly 12 minutes.
Foul. Miss. Luca Brecel.
Well, he'll be relieved, Selby, that he got the foul earlier on. So he can still win this frame. 32 behind, 35 on. But he'll need to make sure he doesn't miss the red this time, or it's back to square one.
Yeah, look, thank you.
Played it really well. Just about reaches the cushion. Well, an opportunity now for Selby. This red goes into the yellow pocket. Natural angle to come down for the black as well. Yeah, he's made it. Needs a good bounce. Got to get a colour. Well, twixt in between, really, isn't he? 31 points behind, so he needs blue or better. Would have liked at least another 2 or 3 inches. He could have cut the black back into the right corner. But he's taking on a huge blue here. Oh, it was bold. It was bold.
Mark Selby 1.
The black was the easier shot into the middle, but wouldn't have left him anywhere near the yellow. And Brecel with that double looks to have a 2-0 lead. 33 in front now. Judge that perfectly.
Thanks. 9.
So, Selby has work to do here. Brecel off to a flyer. Bound to have been a few for both players, but certainly for Brecel, those nerves would have dissipated. Good cue ball. But a tempter for Selby. Got a path back to baulk as well. Played. Really well struck.
1.
That'll make him feel a bit better.
Three. Four.
Well, Selby may be 2-0 down, but he won't be feeling hugely disheartened at the moment. Lost a very tight frame in the last frame and nothing he could do about frame 1. Outrageous fluke for Brecel. So, it's not as if Selby hasn't started well.
11.
Just the wrong side of a 50-50 frame and the wrong side of an outrageous fluke.
12.
And there you see Selby's hard-fought route to the final. Played well against Matthew Selk, got over the line against a tough opponent, scrappy against Gary Wilson. Really well he played against John Higgins. And as he said in an interview before the match, it was a bit of everything against Mark Allen. But most importantly, he got to 17 first. That's okay. Not easy going in that bunch. Had to really generate a lot of
27.
backspin and side to cut the reds open. But it's landed on one.
28.
And if you can just get the cue ball under control in the next shot or two, this is a good opportunity. Just going to be going away from the reds unless he can cannon that red. That's at about 1 o'clock in relation to the black to leave himself on the other red. If he can do that, he'll be in the balls here. Oh, he's undercut the black again, though. Second time he's done that in the match. Knew straight away, didn't he? He was up quickly there. Maybe feeling the effects of the late night. And it was a late night. Oh, that's not an easy shot. Yes, there was a degree of safety for Luca Brecel, but he potted it cleanly.
Green ball.
Now needs a good kiss. Oh, he's got one. Just flicked off the two reds.
Five.
That's handy as well. The pink going through this gap. So everything going the way at the moment of Luca Brecel. Getting the breaks, getting the good kisses. Playing well, obviously.
12.
But in these long matches, Lady Luck does tend to flip between the two players, so Brecel needs to make hay here.
90.
Cue ball needs to run, and it has, just about.
25.
Left him on the red above the two here.
26.
Blue to follow. And now hits the front.
31. $32.
And even the three reds that are close together to the right of the pink spot don't present too much of a challenge for Brecel. They'll all go into the left corner or the left centre.
$39.
And the top red may even go to the right corner.
$45.
Just trying to judge where you'd like to leave the cue ball in a couple of shots' time. Needs a good angle on a colour to achieve that. Oh, has he overcut this? Oof, no.
46.
Just about dropped, and he's just about got the angle he desired on the blue. Perfect.
51. $52.
So just needs his red then.
57.
And the blue to follow will surely put this third frame beyond doubt.
$63.
Well, Brecel has taken his chance well here.
65.
Important that he did. It was a
68.
bad miss from Selby, undercutting the black.
$72.
But it was important that Brecel let Selby know that any mistakes this afternoon are going to be punished. And he is true to his word.
$83.
Oh, a crowd pleaser from Brecel. And the lead is getting bigger. Selby, plenty to think about early on. Brecel now 3-0 in front. We have here in the Crucible Theatre, Sheffield, home of snooker. Less than 1,000 people crammed into this very intimate venue. All eyes on the two players centre stage. And it's Brecel who has started the better. Racing into a 3-0 lead. One more frame before their first mid-session interval.
Warm-up.
Just trying to graze the red on the way back. Not quite.
Foul. Miss. Mark Selby 4.
Selby, though, I don't think it's going to give Brecel another chance to play that shot. This red is on. Comes around to look to see if the black goes. It does. So, steadies himself for this important shot. Into the heart of the pocket and perfectly on the black. Well, someone appreciated it.
$9. Just stay still, please.
Well, a similar setup this to
16.
the Reds last night for Selby in his final frame against Mark Allen. And he said in his interview afterwards it was just what he needed after all the pressure that Allen was applying. Just a few reds around the black allowed him to settle down. And it's exactly the same here this afternoon. Brecel has applied a lot of pressure early on, and Selby just needs these.
24. $25.
Well, if the pink wasn't there, I'm pretty sure Selby would chance his arm now and go into the reds, but highly unlikely he will. Better to attack these either from pink or black, and it won't be black with that angle.
30. $31.
A little straight. Unless the red to the very right of that cluster goes. This is going to be a tough shot for Selby. Maybe it does. Between pink and red. Can he get into that red that's just there? It's the one he was looking at. And he's overrun it. It was a tough one to get position on, especially with that angle.
Mark Selby, 36.
And a handy 40-point lead early on for Selby. Well, the red has just popped out there to the right-hand side. Might give Selby a chance for a shot to nothing. Red to the left corner. Cue ball back up to Bulk. Not quite. And it was so close that it stayed in the jaws a little longer than Selby would have liked. Hasn't come far enough away from the pocket. And now Selby has left Brecel a much easier opportunity. That's pretty good, given where he was and how much he was reliant on luck here. Has a red on. That's all he could ask for. A couple have come into the open as well. So if he can get position here, chance to eat into this lead.
4.
Yeah, he's got 3 reds, hasn't he, Brecel, that he can work with
8.
before he needs to disturb the pack again. or what's left of the pack. At some point, but ideally like the black back on its spot as well. That'll be the better angle to go into those 4 reds. Generally, players do think at least 3 or 4 shots ahead. I think Brecel will be thinking further than that, knowing that it's important that he gets a good angle on the black. Now, I don't think he intended to finish on the black here. He was looking to cannon the red for the pink, so this is a tricky one. Oh, he's potted it clean. Just about held for the red.
16.
So now we'll just look to work his way round the angles to take on this last red. Which he's landed on pretty well. So it's decision time here. You can either screw up for the blue or hold for the pink. Always got a nice angle now to go into them to potentially finish on the black. So depends how Brecel feels right now.
25.
He stunned them in the end and opened them that way. And they've split very nicely. Really does strike the ball well. Very light touch. Guides the cue ball
31.
around the angle, but then also can punch the balls in when need be. He's got it all. The talent has been there for years and years for Luca Brecel.
38.
Astonishing to think that coming into this year, he'd never won a match at the Crucible. But now he has. He's filling his boots. Oh, I tell you what, that just
38.
drifted, didn't it? I think Brecel thought, playing it dead weight, that the nap would take it, but it didn't. It just held its line and then, look, just drifted slightly out. That was one of those that just went round the lip of the pocket when it hit the second jaw. Didn't drop, and Selby has got a good chance here. Yes, he has to bend it, but this isn't difficult. Well, that could be a big moment, you know. Brecel was looking odds on 4-0 at the mid-session interval. So these are
6.
important moments for Selby. A good chance to win this frame on the counter.
Seven.
Yep, played that well. Caught the left-hand red full ball. Was always going to leave the right-hand red open.
14.
So now, the balls are in perfect positions.
15.
Selby just needs a red and a colour after this.
$21. $22.
So relief then for Selby. Look, for all intents and purposes, like he was going to head to the mid-session interval with nothing on the board. But
29.
Brecel slightly misjudged the red to the middle. The waistcoat already undone, as you can see from Brecel, ready to head off for his 20-minute break. A session that Brecel will be, on the whole, really pleased with.
36. $41. $47.
So a half century from Selby. Gets his first frame on the board. Brecel, though, leads at this first mid-session interval. The Belgian in front. 3 frames to 1.
Brecel to break.
Just to remind you, 8 frames this afternoon, 9 frames this evening, 17 in total. Possible 18 to play tomorrow, 8 in the first session, then the final 10 frames, if needed, to decide who will become champion of the world. And of course, another mobile phone goes off. But Selby, unfazed by it.
1. Mark Selby 1.
Well, Brecel absolutely setting his stall out here. Not getting bogged down in any of the touchy-feely stuff around the reds. Quick to get the cue ball away from there. Red's open, covered this red as well to the left corner. He's trying to dictate proceedings with his aggressive, quick style of play. Not giving this enough.
Foul, and a miss. Luca Brecel 4.
Well, Thought this was a certainty to go back. I think it still will. This is a tough pot for Brecel.
Right.
Yeah. Maybe an inch or two shy. Brecel may have considered this red into the green pocket because the black is on offer after, and that might just give Selby something to think about here.
Thank you.
But he's got to be careful not to play it too hard, because if he drifts by it or catches it fine, he'll leave it on. This looks better strength. So now, will Brecel consider this into the green pocket? Barely half a pocket there. Have to be spot on. Almost 90 seconds now. Brecel's been weighing up the options. A decision made. Oof, wasn't far off. Was able to play that with a fair insurance policy that he wouldn't leave the red, given the fact the green's also in line. Oh, I'll tell you what, though. It's tight, isn't it? Between green and blue. Surely there's not a path through there. Well, if there is a path, there's only one path. I think there's about a cue ball's width along that line. Selby has got to play this very, very accurately, if indeed he does play it. Had to play it because he would have left the red on to this right corner. Inadvertently now he has left it on anyway. But he was forced into playing that red because of the fact there was a red over the pocket which Brecel played, and this red here. So Brecel's in first again.
One.
And he's been pretty potent, Brecel, when he's around the reds.
Eight. Nine.
£500,000 for the winner on Monday evening. 200,000 for the runner-up. Not bad for 17 days' work.
60.
But it's the
70.
title, isn't it, that money can't buy. Becoming world champion, come what may in your career, you will always be a world champion. Plenty of great players haven't lifted the crown. So to be part of the elite that can be called a world champion is something that, well, it's every player's dream. Every player's ambition when they first pick up a cue. Selby's been there and done it 4 times, but it doesn't make his appetite any less. He wants to become one of the few to have lifted the trophy 5 times or more. A very elite club indeed.
$27. $28. $33.
Very accurate, as you can see. Positional success, over 90% for Brecel.
34.
When he's been in amongst the balls, as I was saying, he's been pretty good. Has punished Selby. Well,
please switch your phones off.
yes, Brendan Moore.
Thank you.
I wish I could just say,
39.
please put them on silent or we'll throw you out. That would soon stop people even turning the phones on. Because it is utterly unacceptable.
40.
Totally avoidable. But still people can't help but look at their phones or flick them on. Anyway, let's not give that any more due prominence. Brecel going about his business well here.
45.
48-point lead.
$46.
Yeah, I didn't want to be straight on this. Still not a big problem for Brecel, but he's just got to work the cue ball a little more than he would have anticipated. Doesn't want to hug this red, he hasn't. If it was touching, he may be in trouble here, but it's not touching, so he can make the potting angle, come up for the blue.
54.
Just needs one more red after this. Well, they're in the open, aren't they? But they're all covering each other. So you can see why Brecel has given this a bit of time. An option could be to try and cannon into the pink, leave himself the red to the right-hand side. Yep, he's done that. He's okay, actually. He's left himself a red to the left corner.
59.
So, frame ball.
60. $67.
3 snookers then Selby needs.
Luca Brecel, 67.
Yeah, Selby is coming back. 3 snookers is sort of the maximum, I think.
You stop calling out now, please. One.
Oh, well, that hasn't done Selby any favours at all. Can still afford to take the blue. Won't change the number of snookers he needs. Potted it well. In fact, no, I beg your pardon, he now needs 4 snookers.
Seven.
So he'll be banking on a free ball to harbour any hopes of getting anything out of this 5th frame.
$14. 50. $22.
So cue ball, where he was pointing there, in line with the brown ideally, red somewhere behind the black.
Mark Selby, 22.
Hasn't played that particularly well. Oh, and again, the pocket, very giving. So 4-1 it will be.
7.
True to his word this afternoon, Luca Brecel. He's playing his
10.
brand of snooker. Imposing himself big time on this final.
14. $19.
The pink doesn't matter.
$19.
Brecel, at worst, will be going into tonight's session all square. But he's got his eyes on something much better than that. Needs to try and stem the flow of frames that are going against him at the moment. Got to try and win at least 2 of the next 3. 5-3 down after a session like this won't be too bad for Selby. 6-2, 7-1. Well, it's a big early advantage for Brecel, that's for sure.
This TV keeps going off. Keep an eye on it.
Well, these two have met each other 7 times before. Selby absolutely has the upper hand. 5 wins to 2. Never met here. Their last meeting, the final of the English Open this season. Selby winning that 9-6. Have to go back to 2017. The last time Brecel won.
Please, this is the third time I've asked. Can you please make sure your phones are on silent or turned off? Thank you.
Well, how many more times does Brendan Moore need to ask? Completely with him. Oh, lovely cross double from Brecel. Now needs a kind bounce. I don't think he's going to have the legs to get past the baulk line, but he's not bad on the brown. Just to finish off what I was saying a few moments ago, Brecel last beat Selby 2017. Champion of Champions quarter-final. Won that 6-4. Now, how's your luck? Oh, I'll tell you what. It's not bad, is it? What a brown. Well, Selby unmoved. The crowd, though, loving this, and more action coming here with the Reds.
6.
Well, this is fabulous. Here's the brown again. Came off the green, actually. Did him a favour creating the angle. And got a bit of good fortune with the split. But fortune, as they say, favours the brave.
13.
And he's in again.
14. 21.
Well, Brecel, by winning the last frame, guaranteed to go into tonight level, but what a chance this is to guarantee himself a lead going into tonight's second session.
$27.
Now, this has just come up, this red.
Brecel, 27.
Well, when you play this swashbuckling style of snooker, you live or die by these shots. Didn't miss it by much, but missed it all the same.
1.
So Selby, a lifeline. Unexpected opportunity in the last frame before the mid-session interval when Brecel missed a red to right centre. Took advantage, nicked the frame. Be looking to do the same here, just to send a message down to Brecel that yes, you can go for your shots, but if you push the boat out too far, I'll punish you.
Six. Seven. $14. $15.
Yeah, forced into playing this red along the cushion. Not a lot else available at the moment.
22.
So we'll need a nice angle off the black.
$23.
That's all right. Loose bunch as well, so Would ideally like to screw in the middle of the two reds at the bottom of the 5. Caught the first one, but that's all right. He's got a red to right centre, but just caught the right-hand red. Wanted just to generate that bend on the cue ball as he's in between those two reds. So they split nicely, but it's a little awkward. But there are a couple of reds available. None of them easy, though. Going for this one, I think, into the left centre. Oh, don't catch the near jaw, though.
Selby, 30.
The near jaw gives you nothing. A chance for Brecel then. This long red to left corner. Struck it well on the black, just about. Can he dig into the cue ball here? Catch the reds below the pink to hold the white down this end, or is it round the angles? Yeah, he's dug in well there. Has he got himself on this bottom red?
8.
Yes, he has. This is now
9.
a very good chance for Brecel. He's going to need at least one of those reds on the left-hand side. Takes these last 3 with blacks. He'll be 36 in front with 43 on. Now only 35 if he takes the last 2 with blacks. So still will only need the last red. If he can take blacks with these last 2 reds. If not, he'll need a colour after the last red. Doesn't look to have the angle on this red to come back for black. So, 2 reds with colours after this pink. The target for Brecel. And there's where he wants to leave the cue ball, where his cue is now.
29.
Just to be able to come down off the blue and just kick that first red off the cushion. Leave himself on the other red down the rail. Or, maybe if he's lucky, leave the red he kicks off the cushion
30.
into the right corner. So, let's see how he gets on. 27 in front, soon to be 32. Oh, he's got in the gap. Goodness me. Unbelievable how he found that gap. A wry smile. So it's going to have to be a safety shot. I normally would probably play the cue ball up the table here. First red canning into the second red, but he obviously wants to keep these tight, so he might just play a containing safety, you know. Doesn't want to cannon the pink. Oh, dear.
Luca, Brecel, 35.
Well, the only plus side, as you can see, sent the pink safe, but that's pretty careless. From Brecel, not a good cue ball, not a good red either. Selby, you feel, hasn't got started yet. A late finish last night. Of his own doing, really. Was so in charge against Mark Allen, 16-10 up. But the match that could have easily finished at 10 o'clock ended up finishing near 1 o'clock. And it's been a late night and a quick turnaround for Selby. This is a lovely angle to come off the top cushion here and get the pink away from the cushion and leave himself on the red. No, just going for the position. Doesn't want to nestle too far behind, but he's played it perfectly. Found the gap.
6. Yeah.
So he's just got to navigate the pink later on in this break. Green as well. A little awkward, but it's only green to brown, so it doesn't have to do too much with it.
Thank you. 7.
I don't think Selby was trying to move the pink there, because he's finished absolutely perfect on the yellow, unless he's dead straight. If that's the case, that's unlucky. I think he has, looking at where he's cueing, just looking to cue the screw straight back from the yellow here. Around about where he is now, maybe 6 inches further.
16.
This is horrible. Across the table, got to watch the pink with his waistcoat, stretching. Got to play it with pace. It's one of those shots that looks not too difficult on screen, but it's anything but, because of the pace he's going to have to play it if he wants position on the brown. And he doesn't want to catch that near jaw, that's for sure. Oh, he's played that brilliantly. Deserved a better kiss than that.
19.
Yeah, hasn't had the best luck amongst the balls this afternoon. But a good chance here to get the cue ball down behind the black. Brown in the middle of the table.
Mark Selby, 19.
Has he timed it? Has he timed it? Oh, just caught the black on the way down. If he just missed it, that would have been perfect. Well, Selby needs the lot. Brecel only needs brown and blue. He doesn't need that awkward pink. I won't be pleased with this. It's called it too thin. Another below par safety shot from Selby. I wanted to miss the black. Yes, he'll be pleased to see the black up there and make Selby's job even more difficult. But he would much rather have missed it than been on the blue.
Please, out of courtesy and respect for the players, will you turn your phones off? I really don't want to ask anybody to leave, but if another one goes, I will. So please turn them off.
Quite right. At last. A proper message sent out loud and clear. If another one goes off, you're out.
Luca Brecel, 4.
So Brecel didn't win the frame there at that visit, but look at the balls now for Mark Selby, who needs all three of them. That is more like it from Selby in the safety stakes. Not played this as well, though. He's just holding up. Thought that was going to bounce a bit more. So in the end, not too bad for Brecel. I didn't mean to catch the knuckle, but hasn't left anything easy. Brecel may be tempted, knowing that Selby's going to have trouble getting on the pink or black. Just overcut it, but again, nothing left. Well, they're short of pace here. Brecel. And it's going to be a tough ask for Selby to get on the pink. Could maybe play it and land up near the blue spot for the cross double up for the black. No, deciding not to in the end. That's actually a pretty good shot. It's forcing Brecel to possibly move the pink, but I don't think he's got it close enough. Brecel can just play this thin, send the cue ball down towards the yellow pocket. Or take on the cross double. He does like that shot, doesn't he, Brecel? cat and mouse in this safety exchange. Tough for Selby here to get this blue safe. If he goes up and down, the double kiss really comes into play. If he tries to catch it thin to the right, can end up cannoning the black. So he's going to need to think about this one. Option 3 is to take the pot on itself. So nothing easy. Avoids the double kiss well. Well, he's looking at the angle to cut this back to the centre, I think. Oh, too thick and all flirted with the corner pocket. Now, Selby could take this on, you know. There's an angle to move the pink. Looking like, though, he's going to play safe. Try to get behind the... I'll get the blue close to the black, I beg your pardon. Yeah, it's still very tight. Chance to get the blue behind the black here, or close to it. Trying to get the cue ball behind the black instead. Surprised at that. Thought he might just try and play the blue half ball towards the black. Would have forced Brecel then to move the black. Captivated audience as ever. Judged that well. Oh, doesn't want this to bounce. Just about. Stays close enough to the cushion. Risky that from Selby. I think he was trying to catch it a little thicker. Put it nearer the black. In the end, caught it a little thin and put it too close to the pocket. But this isn't cuttable. Goodness me, it was. Wow, defying physics there. That did not look on. What a cut that was from Brecel.
Luca, Brecel, 5.
Well, Selby needs 2 snookers. And he's in a horrible position here. What a shot that was from Brecel. Oh dear. Well, Selby gets a fluke when he doesn't want one. So Brecel, with that amazing blue, has a commanding lead. And he's now 5-1 to the Belgian.
Luca Brecel to break.
Super pot from Selby. And a favourable kiss on the green. Former champion's been frozen out for large parts of this first session. But if he can take these last two frames, 5-3 would be acceptable, I think, given what's happened before.
Five. Give me a second mark, please. Thank you. 11.
Very steady hand there from Brendan Moore between the red and the black. Well, he's going to have to make that plant, isn't he? Oh! And he did.
12.
Really did wipe its feet, and then eventually gravity did its thing.
$17. $18. Blackpool.
Well, chances are
25.
going into the reds, and he has got one to the green pocket, also one to the right centre.
$26.
Couldn't do much with the cue ball, though. He was dead straight on it. So in and out of balk with the blue. Just needs to avoid the balk colours en route. which he has. Played that really nicely. Left himself a choice of reds, actually, in the end. Selby made a really good break, actually, last night against Mark Allen, which he played off predominantly blue and bought colours. Going to have to do the same here.
32.
Pink and black are out of commission. Certainly the pink is. The black may be an option into the left corner pocket if he can get good position.
$37. $38.
Short again, on position. Bar the slightest of angles, he's practically dead straight on this blue.
$43.
Now has a good angle on the blue.
$49. $50. $55.
So, edging towards Snooker's required for Brecel.
$56.
Just needs one more good positional shot here, Selby. Around the angles. Might have found the gap. Kiss on the black and pink might be okay.
61.
And he can just cannon the red above. The red is going to play to leave himself nicely on this black.
62.
So Snooker's needed now for Brecel. Selby closes the gap to 3. Oh, but he's missed the black.
Selby, 62.
Well, maybe the gap isn't close to 3 just yet. Just the one Snooker. Should have been frame over. Would have been frame over had the black dropped.
1.
Well, like Brecel, I beg your pardon, like Selby a couple of frames ago. One Snooker acquired, and Selby got it. Just caught the near knuckle.
8. Luca Brecel, 8.
Well, he's covered the red to the centre. But I don't think Selby can play up the table and not leave that red, so he's going to be digging down here, bringing the cue ball back to the cushion. He won't mind that red on the right-hand side going safe, that's for sure. But that's a really good shot. And has got Brecel in all sorts of bother. He's going to try and pot this, I think. And I think the concession will come.
Foul. Mark Selby 4.
Well, maybe not with Selby snookered on the red over the middle. But now it's 2 snookers for Brecel.
One.
57 behind, so... well, he's got to pot this. And he hasn't, and surely now the concession will come. It has. So Selby has the all-important 7th frame. One more frame this session, and it's a big one. Can Selby close the gap to 2?
Final frame of this session. Mark Selby to break.
So Mark Selby to get the 8th and final frame with this first session underway. A session that has belonged to Brecel. The Belgian guaranteed a lead. Oh, came off those far too thin. Almost caught the red by the black. But psychologically, this is a massive frame. Bearing in mind, as you can see, how much Brecel has dominated by these breaks in the first 7 frames. If Selby can to lead this 6-2, if not 7-1, 5-3, well, it's still all to play for. Doesn't have the black into the left-hand pocket. Might have it to the right-hand pocket. But he's going to have to power this through up for the blue. Oh, cut across it. It might check back. It has checked back. It's checked back and it's left Brecel on. And it's a lovely angle, by the way. If Brecel is feeling particularly bold to go into the reds. But it is a bold one because you'll need a lot of luck to finish on a colour. How's your luck, Luca? How's your luck, Luca? Oh, it might be all right, you know. Had the blue not been knocked off his spot by a red, it would have been perfect. But he's got the pink. or the yellow. Well, this is swashbuckling snooker, isn't it, from Brecel? Absolutely threw caution to the wind with that red smashing into the pack. The black is available, still in the right-hand pocket. Down here, he'd love to get on that. But he hasn't got much to play with in terms of room. He daren't overscrew this. He's all right, a little high. It's okay. Won't need to use the rest because he's come down an extra 6 to 8 inches. So he can stretch this with the extension. Yeah, into the heart of the pocket, and such is the appealing nature of these reds spread around the table. He didn't really need to worry too much about any position. It's guaranteed to be on something. In the end, he's on the red to the centre, and if he can just get one good positional shot on a colour here.
Thanks.
Just a little heavy for the blue, which I think is what he was playing on. Can still cut it back, but again, he's going to lose control of the cue ball. Yep, someone just needs a glass of water.
$16. $17.
Better angle now on the blue. Still weighing it up. Does have the pink. Well, yes, he's split them open, but now the black is covered.
22.
That's the only negative side of that shot. Lost the option to take the black, I think. But they are beautifully spread, even if Brecel is going to have to trade in blues.
$23.
Nicely cued. Has a smidge of an angle. .29 seconds, average shot time for Brecel in this break. Fairly slow for him. Would be a lot quicker if he was in and around the black.
29. $34. $35.
Yeah, long potting's been very good.
40.
But the rest, success as well, 85%.
41.
It's been a very, very good session this for Brecel in all facets of his game. He did wonder how he would settle in this, the biggest match of his life.
46.
But every match has been big, this championships.
47.
First round. Beat Ricky Warden 10-9. They'd never won at the Crucible. That was a tense one, wasn't it? And then beating former champion Mark Williams 13-11. Goodness me. That took some doing. And then RonnieO'Sullivan from 10-6 down. And then he was onto the single table set up for the first time.
53.
Found himself 14-5 down to Si Jiahui. Didn't faze him. Came back, won it 17-15. What a talent. And what a break this has been. Frame ball here for a 6-2 lead. And you have to say, a fair reflection on this first session.
59. $64. 65. 70.
Just catching the near knuckle, but it won't matter. Well, simply brilliant from Brecel in that first session. What a marker he's laid down for this final. Selby has work to do tonight. So, first frame of this evening's session. Luca Brecel to get us started. Tried the double. Oh, he was close. Degree of safety he hoped with the yellow covering, but it hasn't. And Selby has got a free shot at this.
One.
Played that well. Actually, that red over the pocket, not easy. Playing those slow, trying to hold for the black, but Selby couldn't have struck it any better.
9.
Now he needs to try and capitalise early. He's got a lot of work to do, Selby. 6-2 behind to Brecel coming into this second session of 4. Well, a little kiss at the end on the red. The two reds above the pack
60.
may have given Selby a chance here. Just kissed that left red, the right one towards the middle, and this goes.
70.
Selby will feel he's due a bit of the rub of the green. Didn't get much earlier on.
$20. $21.
He's going to need a good positional shot now. One thing he didn't want to be was short with that red. Chalk goes flying. It's going to have to come in and out of balk and try and get on the red just below the pink. Looks like the only one that will go. Or the red at the back of the pack, maybe. I tell you what, if that's on, that is one heck of a positional shot from Selby.
26.
Red to right centre. Also the option. Selby going for this then.
27.
Second attempt at the reds and not so lucky this time.
34.
Just didn't quite get into the heart of the pack. Cue ball goes to the
35.
left cushion, but what a recovery. Well, it's good to see, actually, Selby coming out on the attack.
$42. $43. $50. $51.
Guided that well between the reds and the pink to get up for the blue.
$56. $57.
Well, nice angle here just to get into those four reds. Should have the red still to the centre. That's exactly what he's done. Could not have played that any better.
64.
Super start this from Selby, just the start. He would have wished for early chance amongst the balls, and he's taking full advantage. Just a red and a colour needed here to leave Brecel needing snookers.
65.
So the lead at 70.
70. $71.
Should be enough to keep Brecel in his seat. Well, winning this first frame was vital for Selby. Now he's managed to do that.
77.
Can he really send a message over to Brecel? Knock in a century.
78. $85. $86. $93. $94.
Pink for the ton. Excellent start.
$100. $101. $107. $109.
Did you expect
112.
any other response from Mark Selby?
$116. $121.
Perfect on the pink.
$127.
Opens up the evening session with a clearance of 134. What a start for Mark Selby. The family approve. And the gap is closed. Brecel still leading though, 6 frames to 3. In this evening session. What will Brecel's response be to that? And what a response from Brecel. What a first pot that is of the evening for the Belgian. Looking to carry on from where we left off this afternoon. This isn't easy, though. Well, for mere mortals, maybe. Into the heart of the pocket.
Seven. Eight.
Well, you just get that feeling, don't you? We could be in for something
13.
very special this evening. Selby's kicked off with 134 in the first frame to close the gap to 6-3. Brecel, not remotely fazed by that, knocked in a cracking long red and a very good pink. And he's in himself. And that is pretty good. Didn't send many reds flying.
19.
Certainly played it with enough, but he caught the first red so thick that everything just grinded to a halt. But the one red that did come out has landed absolutely perfect.
Thanks. Okay. 20.
Doesn't want to be straight. It's the only thing he doesn't want to be. There is a slight angle that might allow him to run into the two reds on the black spot. Yeah, he's had to really power it through. But where's the black going? Oh dear. A wry smile from Brecel.
27.
Didn't quite power it enough. And that red is definitely out of the equation. No, it's drifted. It's drifted. Well, no wonder he looks around. That really drifted.
27.
Well, he can laugh about it. And even Selby, look at this. He thought it was in. He was walking away. It's going to the far side of the pocket, but then it just drifts over. Well, they'll think about playing anything slow in that pocket in the coming sessions. If they do, they will maybe overcompensate to the far jaw. Hasn't been a great tournament, shall we say, for the tables. All the controversy with the bottom rail and how forgiving it is. The pocket's a bit big in some people's opinions. And that middle pocket certainly lost its line. Well, he's missed it by a lot, so the reds come back down. He's hoping to catch the jaws there, Brecel, and keep the red up the far end of the table. Selby has options here. Red to the yellow pocket. red to left centre. But of course the red over the right centre is a concern, because he could well leave it up unless he screws back here for the black, which he has. Selby is in the groove tonight, definitely. Earlier in the match, those were wobbling in the jaws and staying out, but now they're dropping. Well, that was a much, much harder shot than it looked on screen. A long bridge there, queuing over the pink. It's come far enough for this red over right centre. It will cut back. Might play it with a fair amount of right-hand side just to slow the cue ball down. Yep, just checking back.
9.
Pretty good as well. Just flicked off the reds there. Well, it's
40.
One of those along the rail. Although these rails, as we know, have been more than generous. Let's see how this one goes. Yeah, not generous if you play them too high, though.
Selby 14.
Well, Selby is definitely pushing the boat out this evening. He's going for a lot of shots that the more cautious Selby would be refusing. And I think he played that shot knowing that these rails have been generous, but he also knows don't overcut it, because you're getting nothing out of them if you're hitting the far jaw first. Yep, into that red nicely. Guaranteed to be on this red at the bottom of the cluster. Could not have played this better. .21 points in front.
Nine.
Well, Brecel doesn't need anything awkward. The two reds tucked away on the left-hand cushion.
60.
Of no interest to Brecel.
70.
Just needs these reds in the open. Could have played that better.
24.
Slightly awkward cueing, going away from the black. Now, how's the nap here? How's the nap here? That's true. It stayed on line. For one moment, I thought that was drifting near jaw again. Oof. Another one that had a good think before it dropped.
32. 33.
So, black and a red. All that Brecel needs to leave Selby needing snookers.
$40. 41.
Well, the big question was, after that impressive start from Selby,
48.
was would Brecel be phased?
49.
And I think we have our answer. Just playing with incredible self-belief, talent
56.
that Brecel has, that he's always had. Oh, he's coming to the fore. What a player. And even that.
64.
Can he knock this in? No, of course he can.
65.
Just casually walking around the table. It's like he's in his local club. Oh, and the pink did him a favour there. Helped the cue ball on its way. Slowed up in time. Can't quite stay on the green, but round the angles.
74.
Look at that. It's made to look ridiculously easy.
77.
Where's the step ladder? Just about drops. Nice angle here on the blue to dislodge the pink. No.
86.
Well, you wouldn't put him past him to knock this in. It's knocking everything in. Oh, fantastic. Well, it's not a century like Selby, but it's one heck of a response from Brecel. Oh, yes. The crowd are loving this. What a couple of frames we've had to start the evening. Selby took one, Brecel taking the other. Brecel has the 4-frame cushion back, leading 7-3.
Frame 11.
With a real cloud breezer.
Luca Brecel to break.
As you were then, 4 frames. Brecel is in front. Not by much. Now, has he done any damage? If he leaves anything on for Brecel, it's damage, isn't it? Because the Belgian is potting everything in sight. Did not miss this by much. It rattled and eventually came free of the pocket. But it's left Brecel a red here to right centre and a path through to the blue.
1.
Caught the green. And that is...
6.
Well, I was going to say possibly end of break, but there is a red to the right of the cluster, or even this red here by the pink. Brecel is not holding back. Well, when does he? You don't need to
7.
when you can pot like that. Brecel said as well, which I think is quite telling, when he was 14-5 down to Sujay Wee, and when he was mounting that remarkable comeback. Oh, but now he's missed the red. I was about to say, he was saying how calm he felt, and he looked so calm this evening, but, well, out of nowhere, he's missed a sitter. This is where Selby has got to make experience count. He's got to punish this. Selby's caught quite a few of those thick today. Those
8.
cutback blacks. A couple of them stayed out earlier. That one, though, just about dropped.
Nine. $40. $50. $21. $22.
Oh, taking the loose reds well. But the work begins now. Probably will just drop onto this red down the rail. Does have the red at the back of the pack, as you can see. That will go. So he's got one more red after this before he needs to start
29.
thinking about developing any. If he gets a good angle on the black here, he may choose to develop them now.
30.
Well, he'll have no choice now. He can't get on that red that you saw in shot before. Just to the right of the little, or in the middle of the little 3 reds that are to the right of the cluster of 5. I don't think he can hold for it by dropping this in dead weight. Yep, had to go into them, and he's been unlucky. Again, the cue ball has stuck.
37.
Split open well, but the cue ball has literally stuck to that red, touching ball actually now. So Selby. Well, can he find the potting angle here? He's got to be very careful not to move the red. Well, it does cut this, but it's whether Selby can get to the potting angle without moving the red that is touching. Oh, tell you what, that's a great shot. All eyes were on him there. Referee Brendan Moore was over his shoulder. Again, unlucky not to finish on anything. Red is covering the blue. Tough yellow or brown would keep the break going. Selby has been bold this evening. He's been going for them. Well, I think this is what you call fighting fire with fire. He's taken this to Brecel.
42.
Completely different player to that who played in the semi-final against Mark Allen and certainly against Gary
43.
Wilson. This is more like it from Selby. He's just let the shackles off slightly. And he's a very capable player, more than capable of winning frames in one's visit.
$50. $51. $58.
Lead goes to 46. Still 67 on.
$59. $65.
Frame ball.
$66. $71.
Every chance
72.
Selby could make another century hit. He'll need the awkward green, though.
$79. $80.
May have an
87.
opportunity to develop the green.
$88.
I was going to say, off that red or off the blue that followed, has he got an angle on the pink maybe, just to help this over the centre? No, he hasn't, so I think it's going to be a double.
94. $96.
Perfectly placed then for the double. They'll be on the brown, whatever happens. If this goes in, we've got the perfect view of it. I don't think it's there. Nearly.
Mark Selby.
But another
96.
telling contribution from Selby. 96. And again, Selby responds. Brecel leading 7-4. Anywhere near an hour.
Quiet down now, thank you. Mark Selby to break.
Final frame before the mid-session interval. Now, has he covered this red? Brecel with the brown. Or can Selby get through to the potting angle? No, he hadn't covered it. But Selby has played it a bit too well.
One.
Tough shot, this. Right-hand side as well to keep the cue ball away from the pack. That is not easy. Three hours now we've been playing. 11 frames on the board, not bad.
Yellow ball. Mark Selby 1.
Well, that yellow is a nice target all of a sudden for any safety. Not that there'll be anything going near the yellow here. Selby again has an option to take this on, but unlike the previous option, he won't be able to avoid the reds. Red over the corner, maybe. Is his only option to avoid them. And if you catch it too thick, you won't avoid them. Tough shot. Just fractionally too thick, and that was enough to take the cue ball off the intended path into the reds. And he has given Brecel an easy opener.
Thank you. 1. Four.
Well, Luca Brecel has flown the flag for Belgian snooker for a number of years now. But by getting to the World Championship final, it's gone into overdrive. I was about to use a footballing analogy. There you go, Roy Keane. Big snooker fan. I was going to say, because Brecel has kept the Belgian FA Cup final off the headlines
10.
in Belgium today with his performance here at the Crucible. He knows a few things about FA Cup finals, Roy Keane, and Champions League and league titles. But yes, Brecel has relegated the Belgian FA Cup final way down the priority list of the population this last few days, and I'm sure they are all glued to their TV sets and devices watching this.
$17. 18. 24. 25.
'Well, he's got a very slight angle there, but I don't think it's going to be enough to get him down to where he wants to be. Well, he's pushed that through brilliantly and applied a bucket load of left-hand side. This did not look on. And the side at the end got him to his intended destination. What a shot.
$31.
So, decent angle on this green to get into the bunch. Didn't want to catch the pink first, though. Ended up
34.
snookered.
Luca Brecel, 34.
And that's pretty good, actually, in response. 33-point lead then for Brecel. He had a lovely angle off this green, didn't he? Just didn't want to catch the pink first. And the cue ball homed in on it. Just off the cushion, that red. So it's not an option to take on, I don't think, for Selby. If it was hugging the cushion, might be an option, but difficult, not really one to consider. Shot to nothing, maybe here, but going up towards the yellow. It's caught that too thick. It's caught that way too thick. He needs cover from the blue. And he might have got it, you know. Oof. Maybe not. It is close. Caught that way too thick, Selby. Can certainly get to this potting angle with a trace of side if need be, but looking like he's queuing down the middle of the ball. I think he can get straight through. Yep. Kiss, though, has not done him any favours. Chance here to snooker Selby maybe behind the yellow off the green. Play across towards the yellow.
Luca, Brecel.
Not a bad effort. Not a bad effort. But I think... Well, I don't know. That's the truth. Can Selby get to the red down on the cushion here? Or has the white just touched the yellow? No, there is a slight gap, but that was close to being the perfect shot from Brecel. Another quarter ball run, and Selby would have been in all sorts of trouble. That seemed to drift as well. Just seemed to drift this. If you watch it, drifts out. Yeah. Yeah, the table is certainly causing the players headaches, but there's nothing wrong with this, is there? The table has played that well and beautifully judged by Brecel. What a response from the crowd. Needs to miss the red. Just wanted to get past the red to leave the red in the same pocket.
8.
Well, there's a thin cut on left corner.
Can you switch that phone off, please?
Oh, no. We've got another phone, of course we have. Yeah, I think there's going to be a very low tolerance policy to phones. I made that clear at the beginning of the session. People are going to be told to leave if it keeps happening. But he has a thin cut to the left corner, and compared to the blue he played in the last session, this is positively thick in comparison. Oh, but he's overcut it.
Luca, Brecel, 8.
Well, they've missed a couple, these two. This is a big frame as well. Frame before the mid-session interval. .42 points behind Selby. Overcut this one, Brecel. But it is a big, big frame. If Selby can take it, the gap goes to 2. And he'll be feeling a lot better with his cup of tea. Brecel will be feeling anything but comfortable. Pretty good.
8.
Struck that perfectly. Catching those two reds in the middle, and everything split open perfectly.
9. $60. 17. $24. $25.
Well, Selby's cue went down straight away there. I knew he'd underhit that. He's left himself in that position. Pretty much dead straight on a black where he needs an angle. So trying to power across the table. Well,
32.
on the plus side, he's got on this red. But on the minus side, look what he's done to the other red. And the other red is really tight to the cushion. So, however he approaches it, the double kiss becomes a real possibility. But he's got to pot this red first. Had to play that with side as well to just come down lower on the black to create this
33.
angle. So that was an even better shot than it looked. He has got an angle. It's not a bad one. We'll get a good view of it here. He's going to try and screw back and dislodge that red, but must try and avoid the double kiss. He's missed the red altogether. Nearly.
40.
Oh, he's missed the red.
Miss.
And he's left the free ball.
14. Luca Brecel, 7. Take the black now. 7. Free ball.
Well, he's put Selby in from there. I thought that might be a free ball. Obviously not. Looks better. This is pretty good from Brecel. Not quite the snooker. Thought he was going to snooker Selby right down the line there. But the red has just gone on a little further, but it's still an awkward one. 9 points behind Selby. Nothing awkward on the table. So this red is a big, big ball. Needs to pick up. And I I think this might be on. It's not easy. It's close to the cushion. It's a delicate one across the nap. Not easy. But he's got away with it. One of those. That shot that Brecel missed. Horrible shot. Trying to play across the nap. You can't put much pace on it. That is brilliantly judged. Tough shot. Double kiss was a real danger there. It's going to catch the pink. Now, can Selby cut this back? Cue ball's going to be travelling. But as I said before, there's nothing on this table that is particularly difficult for Selby. And if he can clear up, he'll be within just 2 frames, having started the session trailing by 4. Well, the yellow not being on its spot has helped Selby here. Hampered by the green, but doesn't need to do much. But the pink, I beg your pardon, doesn't need to do much here. Just rolls through onto the cushion. And the yellow's there with the perfect angle to get on the green.
Six. Eight.
I don't think you can avoid using the rest, no. But still. Or maybe with the extension he can be. Really is stretching. This is, well, it's a bit of a Steve Davis from 1985, isn't it? Against Dennis Taylor. 8-0 up. Missed a green like this. Taylor potted it, cleared up. The rest is history. Quite wisely. Doesn't want history to repeat itself.
Thank you. 11.
So, just needs up to and including the pink now.
$50.
Just needs to punch this in. And he's on the pink.
20.
Never in doubt. Selby has come out fighting.
26.
The lead was 4 frames for Luca Brecel at the beginning of this session. It's now 2, and this match back in the balance. Brecel leading 7-5. 7-5 now in this final.
Settle down now, please. Thank you.
Frame 13. See the breaks that the two players have made in this final. It's tight, isn't it? 8 breaks for Brecel of 13 over, 7 for Selby, the 1 century for Selby. First frame of the evening session. Short of pace there, Selby. Nothing too tricky for Brecel here. Can he find a better length? Oh, well, can he find the red?
Now Selby full.
That's better from Selby. Shot to nothing with that cut from Brecel. Also a decent cue ball. First 4 frames were very free-flowing. This is much cagier. And he's missed the green, and he's behind the green. 17 minutes and 6 seconds, the average frame time. You can see the influence that Brecel's had in this match. Looking just to nestle up to the red furthest to the left along the rail. Well, what can you say? Half of the pocket at that angle. Selby thought he played a decent escape. And again, another excellent shot from the blue.
6.
Down to the reds from Brecel. Doesn't have the black to work with, but has got the pink. And of course the blue.
7.
Kissed the red over the pocket as well. Nice bit of insurance for Brecel if anything were to go wrong positionally here.
$12. $30.
Shorter pace there, but pretty simple in and out of balk. The green and brown aren't a problem anymore, being off their spots. Well, I think the knuckle, in the end,
80.
may have done Brecel a favour. I think the cue ball was heading down close to the bottom cushion and would have left him nothing on, but this red that was over the pocket a few shots ago is here for Brecel to take. So, in the end, it's worked out okay, and he's on the pink.
$25. $26.
Gets into the reds, the cue ball just about slows up in time.
$32. $33. 38.
Clears the pink now. Potentially clearing the frame. To restore
45.
Or begin to restore the healthy lead that he had at the start of the session. 4 frames he led by at 6-2. Selby's pulled back really well. But Brecel was an opportunity to extend this lead. Keep Selby at arm's length. Cue ball's going close. But it's caught the knuckle.
46.
Relief in one sense, but how does he keep the break going after the colour? Can't do anything with the blue. Roll it in, that's about it. He can't dig down, can he? But he's going to try and dig down, I think, and screw back. It's done really well there. That's not an easy shot. So he's got a chance
51.
at this red. Still not easy. He's potted it well. .48 points the lead, 54 with this pink. Still another loose red.
.58.
Needs a couple of reds yet. Just got to try and develop
59.
one. Maybe the red above the black does go to the left corner. Doesn't look like it. He's aiming to try and finish high and take the red furthest right along the rail. Probably play it with a degree of safety. Take the cue ball up the balk end. It's about all he can do. It's got an angle though. Well, that's all right, isn't it? Well, he was queuing up for the other red, but the angle was
65.
better than we first thought.
66.
Well, he really does play an exciting brand of snooker. Luca Brecel. You can see why the crowd love him. 68 in front, 59 on.
72.
Selby needs 3 snookers. He'll come back to the table, I'm sure. But the odds are stacked against the Englishman. And a kiss on the brow. Oh, and Selby's conceded. Not interested. That is unlike Selby. So, Brecel, 3 frames in front, stops the Selby fight back. Leads 8-5.
What a break that was.
Well, it's an okay break, but it's well within Brecel's capabilities to knock this in. Ooh. Now, the red looks like it's going to go safe, so he's got away with it. Double was an option, really, a safe option. Never going to leave anything. In the end, Selby didn't really threaten the pocket. And straight away, Brecel gets the reds open. Missed a couple now from distance. Oh, he's put the green in.
Mark Selby 4.
And he's left this on. And a couple of long ones now that Brecel's taken on. He's tried to punch them in and missed them by a very long way.
One.
Needed to slow up, ideally. He's landed dead straight on the blue. Still options, though. Can just screw it back a few inches. Take the red to left corner. Keep on the black.
6. 7. $14.
Shorter pace there. So this is not an easy cut into the corner. Caught it thick again.
Mark Selby 14.
Haven't been too many prolonged safety exchanges in this match. Both players, certainly in this session, are keen to take opportunities if they come along. Especially Brecel. But Selby's keeping it tight at the moment. Oh, that red did him a favour. Just double kissing. It was on its way to the corner pocket. Maybe not in, but it could have been over the pocket. But Selby was rescued. And now, it's turned out to be a really good shot from Brecel. From Selby, I beg your pardon. Brecel is... Well, he's in a spot of bother here. Can't escape down the right-hand side, and I don't think he can escape down the left-hand side. Yeah, trying to come off a couple of cushions and nestle up to the reds, but he's got to get this right. This looks a little wide. It's okay. It's okay. I thought that was going to go slightly wider and catch the loose red at the bottom, and that would have left the red onto the left corner, but in the end, Brecel has played that well. Is there a gap here to this red? Oh, there was. Well, Brecel has just lost his way slightly with the long. That's 3 now he's had. And not taken. He hasn't done much wrong today. But he'll be frustrated that he's dried up a little with the long potting. That was a really good chance. Well, this might be our first really cagey frame of the whole match. 3 reds down the balk end means all the action is going to stay down this end of the table. And I use the term action in its loosest description because not a lot's going to happen here. Might start muttering the words re-rack at this rate. Selby's at least played away. But Brecel might be playing back in.
Touching ball, Matt.
touching ball here for Selby, so it makes this a nice, simpler safety shot. I want to get this nice and close to the cushion. He's going to look at this red by the black, see if it passes. Obviously not. Just walked away quite quickly. Oh, well, it's close, isn't it? Brecel just caught that red on his way up to the cluster. And it suddenly made it available. A little bit careless, that, from Brecel. It's not an easy one, this. It's a blind pocket. It's very close to the ball, but if Selby can make this pot, he'll be on the black, or, well, he's playing away, I think, but he'll certainly develop the reds at the same time, so this is a big shot. Oh, he's fluked the red. Well, it's 1-1 then. And big flukes. Brecel had one at the very start of the match and won the frame at that visit. Can Selby return the compliment? Caught this too thick, but there goes the red up to the green pocket. But there's a lot of pressure on this pink for Selby. Looking at left centre. Or into the yellow pocket, maybe. He was angling up the left centre, but no. Yet again. It's catching them.
Mark Selby one.
Not quite truly enough at the moment. That range. Just cut across that one ever so slightly. And it's all it takes to miss the pot. But still, all things considered, Selby should have really made that. No such problems for Brecel. So Selby couldn't make the most of that fluke. Brecel is back in. But the protected safety exchange
5
has meant quite a few reds have gone awkward. So this isn't straightforward.
Six.
Blue back on its spot will be handy though. Well, he's caught that thick, so he's short of pace on his intended red.
11.
He's playing for the red by the pink spot, but still has this. We'll need the extension, I think, to be able to reach it, but should be able to.
Can you just put it down, please?
Someone's eating too many sweets in the audience. Picks up every single sound, this wonderful theatre. And a nice angle now. Off this black to develop these reds. Oh, that's gone awkward. Would have been okay.
19.
Had he not found himself on top of this red. It's just come off the cushion and landed right next to the cue ball. So have to take on the tougher red to right centre. Has it got the legs? Yes, it has. Well, now Brecel is in
25.
prime position. Still very, very tough to win the frame at this visit, but they can certainly apply a lot of scoreboard pressure.
$33. $34. $41. $42.
Lovely use of side net to bring the cue ball down perfectly on this black. Building up a handy lead. Exactly 30 in front now.
49.
Still has the red after this one, up by the yellow. So he'll try to reach that now. Via a ball colour, ideally the brown.
$54. $55.
So Selby's hope now very much on these awkward reds. He's going to hit this foot in the face and put it right over the centre pocket.
60.
But he does need, you feel, another red just to, after this one that is, just to keep Selby in his chair.
61.
This blue will put him 47 in front with only 43 on. So, snooker required by Selby. Will Brecel fancy the double or just play safe? He's gone for the double. And he's made it, and that is frame safe.
Luca Brecel, 67, and the frame.
And Selby has seen enough. As you were then at the start of the session, it is a 4-frame lead for Luca Brecel. Come what may, he will be leading at the end of this second session. Overcut the red, and where is the red going? Has the green saved Selby? It has. Relief for Selby. Brecel may have his hand forced here. Difficult to get anything safe with the red so close to the green pocket. And there is a red here that he fancies. Oh, I say, he's hit that all wrong. He needs a lot of luck, and he's had none. Oh, that is a wild one.
One. Six. Seven.
Well, this is a gift for Selby.
11.
Brecel did have limited options with that red now that Selby's going to pot, covered by the green when he was at the table.
12.
But he missed his intended red by so much that everything opened up. Cue ball barely moved because he hit it so straight. Selby couldn't fail to be on a red, and he only needed to be on one. And everything else was going to be there for the taking. Can Selby now do just that? Yep. Deserved round of applause for that shot. Excellent positional shot. This red above the black, which then in turn will free the black if Selby ends up taking it.
Oh,
hasn't quite bitten there with the side. I don't think it's on the black now. Was looking for the cue ball just a bite off this cushion with the side that he put on, but it just stayed straight. It's break over, I think.
Yellow ball.
Oh dear.
Mark Selby, 50.
Well, Selby has made a few uncharacteristic errors on safety this evening. And there was another there. Fairly simple, that yellow, to get on the cushion. And it's given Brecel a chance here. Certainly made up for that last red. What a pot. No prizes for guessing what's coming next, though.
Luca, Brecel 1.
Selby bang in trouble. Twice across the table, maybe. To the red, to the left of the black. Or can he go once across and miss the blue? Left-hand side. Nestle up to the red on the cushion. They seem the two options for Selby at the moment. Nothing easy, though. And with all those reds beautifully spread, any misjudgment could be very, very costly. Well, there's the projected path down the left-hand side. Well judged. Well, the plant isn't set, as you can see. But Selby may be able to create this and still head back to balk. Another good response there from Brecel. Equally good from Selby. This red might be a problem for Brecel. It's caught it too thick. The red has come up. So Selby with An opportunity now.
One. Seven.
Chance here to get the red off the black spot. Played the black itself after.
Eight. 15. 16.
Now really in position X. Couldn't wish for the cue ball
23.
to be in a better position. Nicely around the black spot, just picking the reds off with minimal effort.
24. $31. $32. $37.
Doesn't need to do too much more now to get this frame under his belt.
38.
Just needs one more red.
45. 46.
Brings the red free.
53. Thanks. 54.
He's got to move on, hasn't he? Selby here in this break. 17 seconds average shot time. Tried to develop the pink and the red, but still
61.
has a shot at this one into the green pocket. Hold for the blue. Just caught the near jaw.
Selby,
But it mattered not. Selby is just keeping close enough to Brecel. Again closing the gap. 9-6. Mark Selby then to start frame 16. So, yes, indeed, Brecel guaranteed to lead overnight. But bizarrely, he won't be happy if he's leading 9-8. Selby will be delighted, given what's happened today, that he can come out of this session a frame behind. That would be the right result for Selby. So these last 2 frames are very, very important. If they do share the last 2 frames, Selby would have won the session 5-4. Again, look at that. Brecel not convinced. We saw a shot earlier on, didn't we? Down the table from Selby that just seemed to drift out. Well, I think that's happened there as well. It's just drifted away, the cue ball. That's short. Again, another below par safety shot from Selby. It's given Brecel not 1 red, 2 potentially here to look at. It's going for the one to the left corner. Oh! Thought that might drop. Played it slowly, gave it every chance.
One.
So Selby's in first. Look at this one, this rattle of the jaws. Just for a moment, you thought it might drop. But it didn't happen.
Eight. Nine. Sixteen. Seventeen. 24.
Still a loose red for Selby. Oh, he's gone into them. Well, didn't expect that. But it was the right choice in the end.
32.
The spin that he put on that just ensured the cue ball didn't stick to the red that he caught full.
33. $40.
Marginally better pot success in the second session. All of Selby's stats
41.
going to be higher in this session. He's played so much better, and he's also attacked the table.
$48. $49.
Well, this will be 7 reds, 7 blacks.
$56. $57.
Well, this will give us an idea whether Selby
64.
has got his thoughts on a maximum here. Does he roll this through for the blue or screw back for the black? The frame isn't safe yet.
$65.
Well, Carmen Wilson, if he's watching, might just be sitting a little uncomfortably. Made a 147 earlier in the tournament. Holding on to the prize money for that at the moment. He's overplayed this, though. And the frame, as I was saying,
72.
not safe. So, decision time for Selby. Yeah, overshot that by a good foot. Oh, he's on the black. It's on now. Fair play to Selby.
73.
Now, a chance to get into the reds here. Oh, they split nicely. Oh, now his hope.
80.
Red to left centre. It's there.
81.
Oh, they know. Well, everyone willing Selby on hit. I suspect
88.
the only person that isn't is Carmen Wilson.
$89.
The only headache for Selby. The red on that left cushion. He's okay.
96.
Just screw this back for the black. Needs to slow down. It's just gone a little far Can he hold this now for the red? Brings up the century, and that's okay.
104.
13 reds, 13 blacks. This is now
105.
the all-important shot. Can he get behind this red or get it off the cushion? He's going to go behind it, and he's played it well. Doesn't want to be dead straight. He's not. I don't think he's going to play that any better. Just needs to roll this in. Clean as a whistle. And he's perfect on the black.
113.
Perfect.
120. 122. 125.
£40,000 for a maximum, 15,000 for the highest break, £55,000 in Kyron Wilson's pocket at the moment. Selby is looking to pick his pocket. Right side of the blue. 3 shots away from being part of history.
134.
Well, this final has been breathtaking. And he is perfect. Oh, playing to the crowd, Mark Selby. What a moment, what a player. What a maximum. On their feet. Oh, that's lovely. Brendan Moore said, I don't know if he saw it on the Eurosport website or in the interval, he would love a maximum in his final match. He's got it. Take a bow, Mark Selby. 9-7 in this astonishing final. So, time for everyone to calm down. This is an important frame.
Settle down now, please. Thank you.
Good opener from Brecel.
Six.
Yeah, those pockets have been ready for giving.
$14. 50. 22.
Well, Brecel, I'm sure, quickly back into his bubble.
$23.
Started the session 6-2 in front. Selby trying to come back down to earth.
Give me a second, Luca, please.
And both players will have plenty of positives to take away overnight. Brecel will have a lead.
Thank you. 29.
But Selby would have won this session. And of course, made that maximum.
Thank you. 30.
I did love it, though, when he was on the black. And he was perfect on the black, Selby. He couldn't miss it. I love the way that when he popped the pink, just looked up to his family, smiled, stuck his tongue out. Never going to forget that moment.
Thanks. 36. $37.
So, blue to the corner pocket, screw back to slightly further back where he is now for the green, for the red, I beg your pardon, at the top of the cluster. Perfectly played.
$42. Thanks.
Got stuck into that.
43.
It's going to be close to this cushion, but should still be able to cue this okay.
48.
Yeah,
Luca
it was a
Brecel.
little close to the cushion.
48.
So, opportunity for Selby. Cue ball. It's not going to go in, but it's going to be right on that knuckle. Well, he took 15. Brilliant break, brilliant blacks. When he was among the reds in the last frame.
Green
Don't
ball.
think he'll take it now. No, definitely not. Far too risky.
Mark Selby.
Running close to the yellow pocket, this. Oof. Stays out. And in the end, has got Selby in an awkward spot. Gets himself out of that awkward spot with an excellent safety shot. Doesn't want the double kiss, doesn't get the double kiss. But Luca Brecel has a chance here to just roll this cue ball up behind the green. Well, he could take the pot on. No, Brecel, that's a distinct possibility. But there is also the option of a fairly easy snooker, which is taken, but hasn't played that well. Not tight enough. Disappointed. He knows if he got Selby tight behind the green there, this would have been a nasty one for him to try and keep safe. Well, he'd rather, I think, have had the in-off Brecel there. Catching that far jaw. Has left this red on to the right corner.
One. Six. 7.
Not sure if the black will go in its own spot. Selby having a look.
$40. 15.
But it does still pot, even though it's on the pink spot now. Taking the pink instead.
21. $22.
Played it dead weight and played it to perfection.
28.
Well, I think the tracer side that Selby put on this just about took the red in. But he's taken these really well.
34.
Especially given what happened in the previous frame with that historic maximum break, to come back down and have this steely focus. Very, very impressive.
35.
Things could have been very different had Brecel laid the snooker. Now he's the wrong side here, Selby, but can play this with a lot of right-hand side. Well, no, in the end, the angle was too great. So the break
42.
likely to come to an end here, but the lead has been almost wiped out. And a kiss on a colour would be handy here. But still, an excellent snooker. Well, two big dangers here for Brecel. Leaving the red if he hits it, or leaving the free ball if he misses it. He's got to swerve it, so it's going to be difficult for him to play this dead weight. Okay, now coming off side cushion direct. Hit it well. Now, how's your luck, Luca? Not good. Did very well to hit that one cushion, very small target.
1.
Well, that is where he'd like to be. Doesn't have much wriggle room with his positional shot. Trying to play it to right centre. Hasn't given it enough. Caught the pot a little thick. In the dreaded no man's land. That's how you play a snooker. That is what Brecel wanted earlier on when he tried to rest behind the green. Selby has got it nice and tight. Again. Oh dear. Well, he's gone for hit and hope hit. Brecel. He's going to catch the knuckle. Is he going to get away with it? No. Selby leads by 3. Wry smile from Brecel. I think he knows. That might be that. Needs up to and including the blue.
Two. Five. Nine.
Had a good think about it, the brown. But to the relief of Selby, it dropped. Frame ball. To wrap up what has been an incredible session of snooker.
14.
So, Brecel needs a snooker. Every chance Selby's going to try and plant this. Well, he was trying to double it up to the green pocket, but it's...
Mark Selby, 40.
Not close enough. Brecel can at least get this safe. But his chances are very slim now. Just going to try and play this dead weight, I think. Well, that was a risk, I guess. So the double up to the green pocket. Better attempt, much better attempt. This is in. Well, an unforgettable session of snooker. The headline will be the Selby maximum. But also, let's not forget, he has won the session 6-3.
Ladies and gentlemen, frame 18.
From some crucible magic last night, the first ever World Championship final, 147. Just one frame behind at 9-8. Luca Brecel won the first session 6-2. He was clearly the stronger. He looked as relaxed as he's done ever since he got over the line so impressively in that decider against Ricky Walden to finally score his first win here at his 6th attempt. But pegged back by some magnificent snooker from Selby last night. Started the evening, remember, with a 1-3-4 clearance. That was eclipsed, obviously, by what happened subsequently, but it was indicative of the fact that Selby was feeling a lot better about his game than he had been in the first session. When he looked jaded, he came out with real intent and he was able to maintain that positive energy all the way through to the end of the session, which he won 6-3 to close to within just one. So it's all to play for, Joe.
Yeah, and we're going to have front row seats. Fantastic final so far. As Philip said, it's had everything. The only difference that I see that's changed is that Luca Brecel was going all-out attack on Selby. And the penny dropped with Mark Selby for me, and he decided that he had to attack to get back into this final. And now all of a sudden, it's Luca who's looking over his shoulder. And that went all wrong. Caught that red much too thin, and that's why he made contact with the second red. And this is a great start, a great chance for Mark Selby to draw things level.
One.
There's never been two maximums in the same match.
Eight.
When he played John Higgins in the 2017 final.
9.
He was 6-2, 10-4, and again 10-7 down overnight. But he got the last laugh. And even as recently as his
16.
4th world title in 2021, he was 5-3 and 6-4 down to Sean Murphy, coming through 18-15. The only world final he's ever won from the front was in 2016. Then he blazed a trail against Ding Junhui, led 6-0, held on to win 18-14. So this kind of overnight deficit for him would not be a major concern. Missing that red would be, though.
24.
It was a little awkward, wasn't it? But look where the cue ball is. Nowhere. Brecel will be delighted to get back to the table for the loss of only 24 points.
One.
The red was close to a pocket, but that doesn't mean to say it was easy. Selby made a real hash of that. But then the positional shot from Brecel was nothing to write home about either. The one thing you want to do in these kind of circumstances, try and reduce pressure as much as possible. You'll never eliminate it, just reduce it. And that positional shot adds to the pressure. Well done. The break will continue
8.
if Brecel can pot a red to middle or another red up past the blue to the yellow bag, and it's the latter.
Nine.
Not the cleanest of pots, was it? But if he could make a big break here, that would
16.
make a statement and settle inevitable nerves.
17.
Into the punch again without any
24.
obvious success. He might have a red to left middle. Cutting back into a semi-blind pocket though, never easy. Well done, and just about on the right side of the blue.
$30. $31.
Every time Luca Brecel has been pressed hard in this championship, he's found a response.
$38. Thanks. 39.
Now that's a good sign, just taking an extra couple of seconds to
46.
breathe in, make sure he's happy with his shot choice.
$47.
Selby's missed red has proved to be costly.
53. $54.
This Brecel's 8th half century of the match, and he could develop into a frame winner.
$61. $62.
The pink places Brecel in a very powerful position. It means just by potting this red,
68.
he's okay. Doesn't need anything extravagant with position.
69.
Selby needs a snooker. Brecel would love to pot the black to give himself more breathing space. What a break this has been, straight out of the gate.
76. $77.
In the first frame yesterday, Brecel, helped by a fluke, made a break of 77 to get things rolling in his direction.
83.
He can't miss. That was a double-double.
$86. 88. $91.
Couple of pots away from what would be his 8th century
95.
break of the championship.
$106.
Massive occasion nerves.
13 in the play.
What nerves?
Luca Brecel.
Mark Selby finds himself 2 behind. Brecel has made a dream start to the biggest day of his life.
Yeah, 8. Yeah. Frame 90. Luca Brecel to break.
By the way, we've just seen the 85th century break of this year's championship. Now there, Selby was a little too close to that red for his own good. That's why it got trapped in the jaws and remained close to the pocket.
One.
Would love the cue ball to stop. And it does, just in the nick of time. He's on the correct side of the blue. And now, quite a few options. Red's already, to a certain extent, developed. Promising.
Six. Seven.
The key here is to just play snooker. Not try and plan ahead. The real no-no is to think about implications, rewards. Concentrate on the job in hand, don't get carried away. It all sounds simple, but of course it's much more difficult in practice.
$14. 15.
He came here having lost in the first round 5 times. The record for most defeats at the Crucible without winning a match.
22.
8. Rex Williams and Cliff Wilson. There was talk
23.
before this championship. Maybe Brecel, in a few years' time, might be equaling and maybe breaking that record. Well, that's been made to look complete nonsense. He's been inspired.
30. $31.
It wasn't the best configuration of balls, actually, to go into there. Quite a flat back to the pack. That's why the cue ball skewed off as it did. But he does have potting alternatives. Nothing easy, mind you. Although that red will go to middle. In the last 16 against Mark Williams, his potting to middle was nothing short of excellent. It was one of the great keys to his success. And already in this session, he's knocked in a couple of very important reds to either middle pocket. That said, he needs another good pot here. Delivered.
$43.
I wasn't quite sure whether the cue ball had travelled far enough, but then we heard the slight tap the butt of Brecel's cue into the carpet in frustration, telling us it hasn't. One more revolution on the cue ball, and it's a frame-winning opportunity. As it is, has to accept safety's the only option. And 43, while being a good platform, is by no means decisive. Always the chance of that cross double playing that particular kind of shot. The overriding objective was to get the cue ball deep into bulk, which he's done. And now you might think, well, just nestle in behind brown or green. But on these very fast match cloths, that kind of shot really takes some touch. And of course, he wants to maximise Selby's pain, because no one is better at getting out of snookers and leaving nothing than Selby. That's why, with a 44-point advantage, Brecel chose to get the green safe, an insurance policy. Polite applause, but even though the cue ball has done well, this red is potable. It's Luca Brecel at the table, you see. That's Selby's problem. I used the word in the first frame, I'll use it again. Inspired. So reminiscent to me, this, of the 86 World Final, when our own Joe Johnson defeated Steve Davis, playing the snooker of his life. And from here, Selby knows another frame should slip by.
Six.
I must say, I like the pace of Luca Brecel's play. Not too slow. Never accuse him of that. But not too fast either. He's just measured today. He's got that nice
13.
Even tempo.
$40.
The Belgian needs the pink and one more red.
$20. $21.
No mistake. Brecel knows
28.
How Selby battles. That's why he'll want to see the back of this red to make absolutely sure.
29.
Just decelerated on that pink slightly. That's why he overcutted, but it was far too late to save Mark Selby's bacon. So, Luca Brecel back 3 in front at 11-8. And he's
Mark
looking
Selby's
mighty, mighty dangerous. Not quite a must-win frame, this, for Mark Selby, but it's getting close. Someone in the crowd said, "Come on, Mark." Never do that until the balls have stopped rolling. Unless you mean, come on and play a good safety. Shouldn't be a great amount of jeopardy here. Just tickling into the pack. If you're a great believer in the power of experience, you would have fancied Mark Selby to win this is 33rd World Ranking Tournament final. For Luca Brecel, it's just 7 ranking finals. Brecel is trying to win his 4th World Ranking tournament. Mark Selby, his 23rd. Before this year, Brecel had never played a best of 25 frame match at the Crucible, let alone a best of 35 frame match. Selby's been involved in multiple finals. And yet, look at the scoreline. He cued that so well. It was a tough pot in its own right, but look how he screwed back. Caught the white so sweetly, he might even consider the brown.
Mark Selby.
I should have known better. It's Mark Selby. Get in behind the yellow, he says. Targeting the lone red.
Foul. And a miss.
But that's the worst possible outcome around the back of it. And he's left Mark bang in.
One.
Given the quality of this match, while you can see a Mark Selby revival, I couldn't really see one doing it in a scrappy way, in bits and pieces. I think he will need to score, and score heavily.
Nine. Fourteen. 15. 22.
As with every World Championship, the two players who contest the final have invested so much effort into being here. It's one last push today. 2 sessions that will determine who is the champion of the
23.
world. Is Selby still alive for 5? Not as anticipated.
30.
From his body language, he does have the fallback red to left middle. But from that red, positionally, it's tough. It's such a narrow pocket entrance. The angle is so acute. The last thing Selby wants to do is to have to hit this red crisply. Didn't like it, you know. He just didn't like it. Caught the near jaw. Inevitably repelled, and now Brecel has got a wonderful chance to fight back. Only one awkward ball on the table. That's the red close to the right-hand side cushion.
1.
Other than that, this is the kind of opportunity Brecel has been seizing upon throughout the championship.
Eight.
He came here and said he'd only practiced for 15 minutes.
Nine.
I thought when he said that, it was ridiculous that he would make an early exit. I could not have been any more incorrect. Came close to losing in the first round, let's not forget that. He led Ricky Walden 9-6, was pegged back to 9-9, but in the decider made an 80-plus break of the very highest caliber. And ever since, he's gone from strength to strength. And if you've been watching Brecel on Eurosport with us throughout the event, you'll know that
15.
He's just a little more considered today. Taking his time in these breaks. Slightly more. There's a fine dividing line between playing a little too slowly and
22.
Interrupting your own rhythm and being too hasty and making an unforced error. Seems to me here, and I think you'll agree,
23.
Brecel so far today has got the balance absolutely correct.
$29.
6 behind. That means if he takes the 5 open reds with blacks, he would be only 34 ahead, so he will need the awkward red.
30.
That will be a point of hope for Selby, no doubt, sitting in his chair.
$37. $38. $44. $45.
Just a wee bit concerned after he screwed back there, but the reverse side was on the white as it hit the cushion, and so back out into the middle of the table, which is where he wanted it to be. The red going close to the black meant that positional shot had to be precise. And you can see it
51.
most certainly was.
$52.
Now this is the juncture where the complexity increases. Floated that in with lots and lots of running side.
59.
But as I said before, Brecel will need that awkward red.
$60.
Such a vital shot. Into the angle to remove the red, prepared to play for the double. And normally, on this kind of shot,
66.
he's mustard. Never anywhere else. What a shot from Luca Brecel.
67.
What an introduction to the day. And how he could make his second century
74.
of the session.
76.
When you watch this man, you realise it's not only Judd Trump who can play naughty snooker.
83.
As for the scoreline, that's nice if you're a Brecel fan.
88. 94.
Three figures again for the second time this afternoon already. Luca Brecel inspired, in the zone and in control. It's 12-8 to Luca Brecel after a turbocharged start from the Belgian bullet. And Selby can't even work out who's going to break off. Brendan Moore, the referee, informing Selby that, in fact, it's Brecel's turn. I think it's something to do with the fact the last frame went so quickly. Again, the premature shouts have come on Luca.
Eight. Nine.
For a moment, it looked as though the missed red from Selby wasn't going to be
16.
too costly. He covered the red close to the pocket. That red
17.
with the blue. But Brecel is potting at sight. He knocked in a really tough one. And suddenly, everything's opened up. And after this, it will be even more open.
24. $25.
Not good. Does have a couple of colours available, but pink and blue, they are both high tariff. But there's that middle pocket potting again. It is such an asset for Luca Brecel. So many recoveries during the course of this championship have seen him pot a ball like that to middle. Mind you, now the balls are open. This is a pressure ball.
32.
Dispatched with aplomb, and the way he's playing, you have to believe 13-8 could be on the cards.
$39. Nice. 40.
Now that was a little loose. Just flicked on a touch of unwanted side, which meant the cue ball is run on more than he wanted. We keep looking for potential turning points for
47.
the likelihood of a moment of weakness. As yet, nothing doing.
$48.
Brecel's been 4 frames ahead in this match. 5-1,
55.
7-3, 9-5.
56.
How about a 5-frame cushion?
$63. $64.
A little positional slip up there. The blue's okay, that's easy enough, but he needs 1 more red. Because with 6 reds on the table, 75 still available for Selby. I think he's done the right thing there. Just kept the positional aspect of the shot simple and backed himself
69.
to knock in this middle distance frame ball red.
70.
Not an issue. Wow, he's playing some brilliant snooker. It's as if the pressure did not exist.
77. 78.
It's as though he's practicing back home in Dilson, Stockham.
$85. 86.
And now it could be a 3rd century in 4 frames.
$91.
In fact, it could be Brecel's highest break of this year's championship.
92.
Currently that stands at 128. Overall, highest break at the Crucible for Brecel, 131 in 2019. Another PB could go.
$98. 99.
It's simply spellbinding to produce your best
106.
on the biggest occasion.
107.
And this is Brecel's best. I've never seen continental Europe's finest play like this anywhere, let alone on the last day of the World Championship.
114. 116. 119.
I'm sure Selby can't quite believe that he's been on the receiving end of this barrage.
123.
We've arrived at the mid-session interval in no time whatsoever.
128. 134.
That's his highest break ever at the Crucible, with the black to come. Words cannot adequately describe just how good those 4 frames were. Luca Brecel in the zone. And now he's only 5 frames away from becoming the kazoo champion of the world. Mark Selby trails the Belgian by 13 frames to 8.
Mark Selby to break.
Selby's hoping that is the case here. Keeping a smile on his face, the jester. Let's just do some maths, as Brecel has a very good bump off the middle pocket there because he caught the pack far too thin. If the 4 frames to come this afternoon are shared, at 15-10, Brecel would be powerfully positioned. If Brecel were to win 3 or all 4 even, he'd find it almost inconceivable that the title would slip through his grasp. But if Selby could win 3 or even 4, then it's match on again. Has the interval given Brecel a chance to wonder what might be in his future, what he's hurtling towards? Has the realisation dawned? If it has, will it lead to tightness in the arm? These are all emotions that I think Selby is now banking on.
One.
Selby, highest break in the 4 frames pre-interval, a very modest 35. Has to enjoy more quality table time.
Six.
Didn't pop this cleanly, caught it quite thick actually, but it facilitated a perfect cannon.
$40. 50. 22.
Remember Selby in first in frame 18 and again in frame 20. Nothing much came of it.
$23.
Well, that was quite an advanced shot. Going into the bunch, taking the cue ball off the top cushion first is always a risky proposition. A very good pot on the black. And looking at where the Reds ended up, he deserved a lot more. History repeating itself here. In frame 20, made 35 and Mr. Red to the same middle pocket. Didn't miss that one. That was an absolute crackerjack. And look at position on black.
$38. $39.
Selby won his first world ranking tournament, the 2008 Welsh Open, coming back from the brink of defeat to overcome RonnieO'Sullivan.
44.
Ever since, he's pulled off unlikely comebacks. He's got a deserved reputation as someone who never waves the white flag.
45.
And that reputation might well stand him in good stead here. That attitude. Brecel knows only too well. The task is far, far from complete.
$51. $58. $59.
Remember, Selby was adrift early on against Mark Allen in the semi-finals. He was 6-3 down there at his worst, but then he found a way. It was a valiant attempt. I don't think he's found a way to continue the break, though.
63.
The lead is undoubtedly substantial, 63, but with 6 reds on the table, that's 75 still up for grabs.
Mark Selby, 63.
just chronicling Selby's fighting qualities in the quarterfinals against John Higgins, when ultimately he played a brilliant match, I thought. He did trail 4-1. He was behind early against Gary Wilson as well, 3-2. But undoubtedly, this is the most thorough examination he's faced. Hoping for the cue ball to stop in time, and it did. The brown will be sufficient. Brecel needs one snooker. 68 adrift.
5.
67 on.
Mark Selby, 5.
Selby is so skilled when it comes to getting out of snookers. Brecel's chances are small. But had that red gone in, they would have been non-existent. The hottest ticket in snooker. Admission to the World Championship final. If the boot was on the other foot and Brecel led by 68, in the back of your mind, you'd always think, can Selby pull this one out of the fire? We're less inclined to think Brecel will. But this is a world final. Has to give it a go.
One. Seven. Eight.
Now, if he could pot this red down the side cushion
15.
and the one to the right of the black, he might well be able to lay a very telling snooker off the red that's closest to the blue.
Thank you. Luca Brecel.
First, though, had to pot it. Selby possesses unlimited patience. He won't be cornered, rushed into anything too hasty. If Brecel is going to get the snooker he needs, it would be hard-earned, not presented. What a terrific pot that was, and let me tell you, there's life in this frame yet. As we said before, the red just below the blue, really inviting for laying what would be a potentially troublesome snooker, even for Mark Selby.
Eight. Nine.
Now, it's not just about getting the snooker off the last red. It's about getting the best possible snooker. And if he could take the red up towards a ball colour and get it very close to that ball colour, he might have the icing on the cake, which would be a free ball.
16.
So much hangs on this shot.
Luca Brecel. 16.
Selby consulting the scoreboard. He's 37 behind, 35 on, so he can't afford to miss this red. I don't think he will. Well, how about that?
Luca Brecel 4.
How about that? Frame match on, back on. Very much back on. He's so skilled at escaping snookers, Selby. I thought contact would undoubtedly be made, but misjudged it. That's pressure for you. Selby would love to see this red disappear. I'll tell you what, he's feeling it. And after a shot that was so badly hit, that is not justice. What a lucky snooker. Brecel apologises, I don't know what for. Don't get the impression that was frustration. I think that's his game plan a lot of the time. In snookers of that nature, just blasts them. But of course, even though Brecel didn't leave the red, Selby's now got tactical control, and when that's the case, watch out. Now the red has come away from the pocket slightly. That's why he's smiling. He knows that although the red's in close proximity to the pocket, it's not an easy one. We see it time and again, so easy to nip this ball just a little too thick, catch that near jaw, and the red stays on the table. The lengthiest frame of the afternoon by a country mile, and Brecel knows if he could possibly steal it, it might turn out to be a mortal blow. Needed just a slightly thinner contact than that. And he's invited Selby to put him in trouble. Invitation accepted. So remember, if Brecel were to miss the red, he would be back to square one, requiring a snooker.
Foul.
Try to widen the angle. Playing it with below centre striking, and he couldn't do it. So Selby can breathe just a little easier. Blue, yellow, black, green, and to a certain extent pink have erected a wall of balls which Brecel can manoeuvre the cue ball behind. So this frame far from in the books. The gap has been left. This time, no mistake. It's the first frame on the board for Mark Selby today.
7.
What did I say at the start of this frame? Intervals change matches. Well, this session has been changed. Brecel was on a charge, sprinting through frames.
14.
This one has been more tactical, slower. And it's Selby who's taken it. From his viewpoint, that was essential. Even though Luca Brecel remains in command. Brecel's lead 13-9 now. Brecel, no doubt, has already written that frame off. Forgot about it. His intention to resume that heavy scoring that propelled him from 9-8 up overnight to 13-8 ahead at the interval. Just zoning in on the lone red next to the black.
6.
And he's played that almost inch perfectly. Removing this means the highest value colour
7.
is comfortably available to both of its natural pockets. Again, we've seen that quite a few times from Brecel this afternoon. Skimming off the bunch, breaking them, but leaving himself a tough one to middle. Or at least it should have been tough. He played that as though it was over the pocket. What a shot. I'll repeat, at the risk of saying the same thing over and over, his middle pocket potting in this championship has been a revelation. His play in general has been a revelation, but middle pocket potting.
80.
And there was huge pressure on that because he knew if the red went in, it was a phenomenal break-building chance. Now, he didn't hit that one all that well, that red. He's a little fortunate that the pink and blue will go. Another department of Brecel's game that's impressed me. Rest play.
25.
Been really dependable. In this match and overall.
26.
And now he's returned to prime scoring territory.
$33.
Stretching slightly. Lots of cue after the bridge hand, but for him, that's just the norm. His technique in that regard is quite unique. Now he
41.
caught that one slightly too thin. That's why the cue ball travelled on much more than he anticipated. Had he potted that black to the middle pocket, he would have been on the red he played for. The one just below the two near the pink spot. As it is, he's on nothing. We've seen earlier, he's a proficient doubler, but there's a time and a place, and this is not it.
Luca Brecel, 41.
Oohs and ahs from the crowd, but that was not easy. And he did the right thing because he took the cue ball up into the long grass. A couple of truly awkward reds. Overall, though, not a bad table for a counter-attack. A fact not lost on Brecel. The red that made its way into the bottom half of the table might well have moved into a danger area, but it caught the blue, thwarting Selby, helping Brecel. Now, that wasn't convincing at all, was it? For Brecel, 4 possible pots, but all 4 have risk attached and are difficult. But I think he's doing the right thing to keep remaining aggressive. Well, it wasn't a bad safety, but not really telling. And I think the way he played it, he wanted to put the red in a tied-up situation, which he hasn't done. Another error from Selby. Not dissimilar to Brecel's last visit to the table. Pots on. But pressurised. That wasn't easy. Can Selby turn this frame around? On a couple of shots, he's dodged a bullet. Now he's got his chance. And this would be a trademark Selby frame to win.
7.
One that plants a seed of doubt in the mind of Brecel.
8. $15. 16.
'I had a lengthy chat
23.
with Mark Selby at the recent Championship League up in his hometown of Leicester. He was in between matches, I was in between comms. And we were talking about the importance of winning a frame of this ilk. And basically, he summed it up concisely. He said they're worth double. They hurt your opponent and they make you feel better.
30.
Now, I'll emphasise that wasn't a simple shot, especially the way he was stretching. But the way he's been potting Brecel, he would have expected to knock that in.
31.
Well, at the very
38.
worst now, Selby right back in the frame. The straightforward Oaten Reds have been harvested. Brendan Moore refereeing his third World Championship final.
42.
Deems that the green will not go on its spot. That doesn't do any harm to to Selby's chances. After this red, though, then work begins.
.43. .47. Thank you.
Right into the heart of the pocket. Very little angle on the pink, on the incorrect side of the green. So Selby, as Brecel did earlier, perhaps playing for the double, certainly
54.
playing to put his opponent in maximum trouble off the last red. You just knew that was coming.
54.
No natural gap between pink and green, but Brecel swerving. And what an outcome this is. What an outcome. The cue ball with the side on, deadened off the ball cushion, and it's placed Selby in a return snooker. Full ball. Contemplating the pot down the side cushion. Such a tiny target. No. That's second prize, though. Where the colours are, it's quite conceivable, highly likely in fact, that whoever pots the last red will win the frame. No guarantees here, but I will say Selby wins a very high percentage of frames of this nature. He's got a solid end game, a great tactical brain. But Brecel, in more ways than one, making Selby's life difficult, very difficult. Now, ideally here, Selby would love to hit this red as full as possible in what they call kick and stick in 9-ball pool, where the white kicks off the cushion, hits the object ball, stays exactly where the object ball was, and maybe returns a snooker.
Foul. Miss.
No kick and stick there, though.
Luca Brecel set.
It's 7 points away. Unhesitatingly, Brecel asks Brendan Moore to replace the balls and call a foul and a miss, which he'll accept. As we've talked about earlier on today, Selby's a pass master when it comes to escaping snookers. But this is quite a tough one to judge, quite a tight squeeze. Adjustment made, but where's that red going? In the heat of a World Championship final, this is a very tough ball to pot. But then again, this is Luca Brecel. Nowhere near. Lucky, lucky, lucky. The pink blocking Selby's path to the potting angle. On such small things do frames and matches hinge. He will settle for that. What a battle on the last red. And without being overly dramatic, this is crucial. Pre-interval, it was all potting and scoring. All from Brecel. Since the break, the pattern of play has suited Selby more. Here, though, the tactical maestro has got a headache. At one point, it looked as though the red might be over the pocket. No, sir. It's really awkward.
Foul. Miss.
Tried the extremely thin contact and made no contact at all.
Can you check it? Can you check it?
Referee Moore's marker. Rob Spencer just guiding the cue ball into the original place.
Luca. Thanks.
They've got it spot on. Now then,
Foul. Miss.
drama. Bear in mind, Selby can see a ball on directly. He will be warned. A third consecutive miss, and it's frame over.
Look about right. Yep. Okay, Remo. Luca. If I call a miss this time, frame to Luca, okay?
Warning issued. I can't imagine he'll play the shot again. Brecel taps the table. The alternative appears to have worked. It has. How many times do you see the tactical prowess of Selby prevail in a situation like that? Still has to pot the balls, though. Selby arrives on the colours 1 point ahead.
3.
So yellow to blue will do.
Five. Eight. 12.
Fortitude personified. One snooker needed by Luca Brecel. Selby wants to deposit this pink. But there might be just a smidgen of hope playing it very quietly like that. Made an already tough pot. Very tough. Well, that's that. Pot the pink, I'm afraid. You can't get a snooker on the black. So it's 2 on the trot from Mark Selby. The gap is closing again. Brecel's lead reduced to 13-10.
Thank you. Frame 24. Settle down now. Thank you. Mark Selby to break. One.
Is Brecel about to recapture some of that pre-interval magic? Tremendous opening red. Cue ball in mid-table, offering plenty of colour choice.
Four. Five.
Brecel made his debut here in 2012. He was 17 years and 45 days old. The youngest player ever to compete at the Crucible, and he remains so. I recall that first appearance. He acquitted himself well, but lost 10-5 to Stephen Maguire.
Thank you. 11.
And still with the opportunity to be 5 clear and within 3 of the title when they come back at 7 o'clock tonight. That would be a very big lead.
So, got to leave an angle now on the black to open those reds up. And it's not an easy pack
18.
to go into from the black. The blue would have been ideal.
19.
But couldn't get there. Now, he doesn't want to screw into the pack here. He needs to go into it with stun and try and catch that red to the, above the black and to the left. Not the one directly above. That's the one. Now, is he on it? Is he on it?
That was Alan McManus, the best pundit in the business, a former semi-finalist here. Former ranking event winner who lives and breathes this game. Even though he's now retired from playing, he knows every move, every player on the circuit.
27.
What they're capable of. He dissects games so knowingly. I was saying about Brecel, that debut against Maguire
32.
losing 10-5. He didn't return here for another 5 years. Came back in 2017, lost 10-9 to Marco Fu.
$33.
That was a heartbreaker for Brecel because he led 7-1 before succumbing 10-9.
40.
2018, beaten 10-6 by Ricky Walden. 2019, losing 10-9 to Gary Wilson. Last year, defeated 10-5 by Nopon Sankam.
41.
5 experiences of the Crucible, all negative, all ending in defeat. And yet this year, he has been magnificent. In frame 23, the one we've just seen, Brecel was 41-0 up, as he was here.
48.
When stretching a little, he missed a mid-range red, and Selby was able to force his way back into the reckoning. No miss on 41-0 this time. But a tad betwixt and between with the cue ball. Yes, the red to middle looks easy enough. But it's dead straight, and therefore positional options are severely restricted. So for positional purposes, taking on a much more tricky red. Well potted and
49.
not so quite well held. The green will still go, but another pressure ball. Superb, and this time
52.
the angle on the red to middle is much more conducive to going through for the blue. Pink also potentially available. You can see the red closest to the pink. I don't think it will squeeze by. So in a couple of shots' time, has to make something happen. I'll tell you what, you don't often see Luca Brecel this circumspect, known for his lightning fast play.
53.
Decides that pink is the best option. Oh, but it's tantalising.
59.
59 in front, but still 75 there. Red on side cushion will be giving Brecel a degree of security. Oh, what a pot! What a pot! After knocking in a red like that, he deserves to have a good angle on yellow. Because he still needs, tantalisingly, one more red. Again.
62.
Tremendous. On this break, he simply refused to leave the table.
63.
Well, that's frame over. The only question now, can he compile his 4th century of the afternoon?
69. 70.
After the mini revival of Selby, this is a fine effort indeed.
$77. 78. 84. 85. 88. 89. 92. 94.
This kind of form is why it's going to be so difficult for Mark Selby
97.
to turn this around. In the biggest session of his life so far, that's 4 centuries for Luca Brecel. Talk about delivering
106.
when it matters.
112.
11 centuries for the championship for Luca Brecel. Much more importantly, a 4-frame gap has been restored. 14-10 ahead, 1 more to go this afternoon. If it's 15-10 when they shake hands at session's end,
Luca Brecel to break.
Brecel will have one hand on the trophy, first lifted by the great Joe Davis in 1927. Frame 24. Brecel potted a red from distance.
5.
Secure the frame at that visit. Selby would dearly love to do exactly the same here.
6. 13. 14. 21.
Middle ground, really. Could have been worse, could have been better. Just enough room to cue past the red without being hampered.
22.
But the cue ball got away from Selby there. He wanted to stop the white short of the baulk line for a choice of yellow, brown or green. It sailed well past the baulk line. Now having to screw off the baulk cushion and side cushion. And when you do that, you always bring that kind of
22.
violent jaw into the equation. Only 22 made by Selby.
One.
Now that's the first really bad miss from Luca Brecel this afternoon. Okay, at 41-0 in frame 23. He missed a mid-range red that he might well have potted. That, though, was bread and butter.
One.
Forced the pink into the far jaw there, and the angle that created enabled Selby to go into the bunch with force and get out again. Being meticulous here, looking at the black. Although it's very close to the pocket, it could be missed. That's why he's ignoring it for now. In this frame so far, 2 chances, still only 34 ahead, and cue ball control has been an issue. The position of the rest head there increased the difficulty of that shot.
40.
Well done from Selby. He knows 14-11 down going into the last session. He knows that's doable. The way Selby's mind works, he'd be thinking 15-10 was doable. But 14-11, yeah, he's back in the races.
Mark Selby, 18.
2 scoring visits, one yielded 22, the other 18.
1.
Now, does the red on the bottom of the bunch pot? If it does, all well and good for Brecel. If it doesn't, how does the break continue? Maybe there's a red in the middle of the bunch that goes. The plant, I suppose, could be manufactured. That solves problems, though. Into them.
5.
In an ideal world, Brecel would have liked to have seen the pink remain in mid-table.
Rainbow.
Green spot occupied.
9.
So has to go on the highest value spot available, which is the black.
10.
Lots of potting in this break for only 10 points so far.
$30. $14.
Yes, this break, out of necessity, is going up in small increments. Brecel doesn't mind that. What he does mind is that he's dropped awkwardly in terms of how to get on the next red. The pink is proving a nuisance. So when we saw the plant, it didn't look as though it was a given.
90.
And coming into the plant at that angle, it was a no-go, so
Luca Brecel.
Selby back to the table.
90.
No doubt trying to conceal a little sigh of relief. Nowhere near, and calamitously, the green goes back into the two reds together and breaks them apart. Oh, he can't get through, though. He cannot get through to them. One's blocked, the other's blocking. That was a very Timely piece of good fortune for someone who needs it badly. Mark Selby. Clever and well executed. No one is better equipped at getting out of snookers and leaving nothing on than Mark Selby. He does it over the course of a season, time and time again, breaking opponents' hearts. This, though, will examine those skills. Well, not quite as intended. Outstanding again from Luca Brecel on the black. Is it worth it? Is it worth it, Luca? You can see the black frozen to the cushion. It's quite a tough pot, and if he has to hit it with any pace, this could wobble. A really ticklish kind of shot to have to play at this juncture. We saw Selby earlier in the frame have a chance to pot it, and it was flatly refused. When Brecel takes over a minute on a shot, you know it's borderline. I'll tell you what, he did really well there with lots of running side. Not a great amount of applause, but he deserved it.
8.
That could so easily have wobbled and stayed on the table. Another red coaxed in with side. Now he would love to come around the table here and pot the black, because then he wouldn't need the awkward pink.
15.
So that is too expansive. But the blue will do. He'd be on level terms, 40 points each if the blue goes in. That means yellow, green, brown and blue would put him 14 ahead, 13 on. Bit of body language there, trying to coax the white up the table. Again.
22.
Majestic. But so much more work still to be done. This is the kind of clearance any player in the game, considering the circumstances, would be proud of. Brown and blue required.
29.
Simply superb. He's made 4 centuries in this session. There's an argument to say this has been his best break of the afternoon. It is 15-10 after 3 of 4 sessions in the Kazoo World Championship Final of 2023. We thought Mark Selby might be ahead comfortably at this stage. Not so. It is the Belgian number 1, the finest player ever from continental Europe. Luca Brecel leads 15-10. We know about Mark Selby's powers of recovery and recuperation.
Thank you, gentlemen, frame 26. He'll sit down in a minute. Mark Selby to break.
But the fact remains, a maximum of 10 frames remain. He needs to win 8 of them. That is a tall order, even for a fighter like him. But if anyone is equipped to do it, it's Mark Selby.
Touching that one, Mark.
Also an emotional evening for our referee, Brendan Moore. After this, he's taking up a job with Matchroom to work on their ever-expanding, highly successful World 9-Ball Pool Tour. He is such a fine official, he will be sadly missed. We'll never know, but I'd love to know the thoughts going through Luca Brecel's mind. He's so close to achieving a major chunk of snooker history. What a pot. That is a good pot in the first frame of a humble event somewhere that's low profile. This is the highest profile snooker you can ever play. And that one went in as sweet as a nut. That not quite so sweet. Brecel has been potting brilliantly from all angles, but his thin cutbacks to blind pockets and his accuracy to middles, they've been standouts for me.
Seven.
He was nothing short of exceptional this afternoon. And I think one of the keys, he wasn't rushing. He played at a very measured tempo for him. He was still fast, but there was nothing hasty.
8.
And if he can rediscover that rhythm tonight, this might be over rather quickly.
$13. $14.
As you might expect for a World Championship final, the table is playing beautifully. Conditions over the last 17 days have been top-notch. So a big shout-out to Chris Barnes and all of his table-fitting team.
$19. Nice. $20.
Even before this, Mark Selby had to pull off the biggest single-session comeback in the history of World Championship finals.
25.
Stephen Hendry beat Jimmy White 18-14 in 1992.
26.
From 14-10 down going into the last session. This an even deeper predicament for Selby, although he'll be heartened by the fact Brecel has dropped dead straight on the blue there. Yes, he can gain position, but he would need a tougher pot on a bold colour to pull it off. Stretching a little off-balanced. Oh, again though, just delivering, coming up with the goods. That is such a quality shot.
30.
Luca Brecel has never played more effective, eye-catching snooker than this.
31. $38. $39.
Friendly angle now to stun up for the red at the bottom of the cluster. That will free up another one.
40. 46.
So no need for any spectacular development work.
47.
Not yet, anyway. $16-10 is looming.
54.
Who would have thought it?
$55.
This could be Selby's last hope in the frame. The crowd don't know whether to clap or not. I think they can. He's okay. It's a thin cut to middle. But he doesn't really have to worry too much about position because this is frame ball.
Okay.
The last thing he wanted was a kick. The red to straight, and that's why he had the cue ball cleaned.
63.
And if he knocks in the yellow, that means 2 snookers will be needed. The same thing with the brown.
$67.
Now, if the top red goes to middle, Brecel would love to see it nailed to prevent Selby coming back and making life difficult. He couldn't pot it.
Luca Brecel, 67.
But Brecel holding all of the aces. Four reds and therefore 59 points on the table. 67 is the deficit. So Selby needs 2 4-point penalty snookers. 4 reds, 4 blacks and all the colours to force a respotted black. And it was essential he knocked in a colour here. You have to think that's the end of frame. But then again, what a pot from Mark Selby. What a pot. Do or die.
8.
It's very unlikely, but just think about this scenario. What about if he goes on to win this frame? The brilliant black and then the straightforward red missed. And Mark Selby's problems are compounded. It is 16-10. The scoreline, much more down to the brilliance of Brecel. Now just a brace away from lifting the trophy and collecting a first prize of £500,000. That would be more than treble his previous biggest payday. £150,000 for winning the 2017 China Championship. The stakes are high, and so is the standard of the Belgian. All Selby can do is try and chip away, increase the pressure, and not allow Brecel to get to 17, 1 away. But he has left this red to middle. And on those kind of shots, throughout the championship, not just this match, throughout the tournament as a whole, Brecel has been mustard.
6.
Walking around the table there, suddenly he was stopped in his tracks. I think he got a slightly bigger bounce with the cue ball than he anticipated.
Luca Brecel, 6.
A rare miss indeed. We saw the juxtaposition of red and black. The red went pot. Thinking about the red to a distant green pocket, so easy to overcut this kind of shot. Did the opposite, undercut it. Of course he was playing, knowing full well that there was no harm done.
Thanks. Thank you.
Some would call it cheeky. Look where the cue ball is. He didn't leave anything, and he's perfectly on the black. That's called vision. That's the kind of shot Mark Selby plays. One that's oozing value. Nevertheless, the execution was simply terrific. That was a cliffhanger, wasn't it? Never thought the pink would reach, but it did. The red on the apex of the bunch will not pot. Nothing else will. Here's how close the pink came. Brecel saved by the near jaw of the middle pocket. That would have been a 12-point difference. 14-point difference, actually.
If that's somebody's phone that keeps going off, can you make sure it's on silent, please?
One of the very few things that's been negative about this championship, the amount of mobile phones ringing. They've cropped up in virtually every session, every day. The crowd are asked beforehand repeatedly by our Master of Ceremonies, Rob Walker, to turn their phones off. And yet the amount that's ring out, it's ridiculous, really. Sean Murphy, in his first round defeat by Sijia Wei, lost 10-9. Missed a vital red to middle just because as he pulled the cue back, a mobile phone went off and it was audible. Red coming back up the table. Did it bounce just enough? Or from Brecel's perspective, too much. We know about his abilities to cut these thin ones back. No sweat. He couldn't avoid the brown, though. The green to middle, a non-starter because it's blocked by a red. If you were down at the club, you might consider going off the top cushion for a bit of fun and knocking the pink in. But this is the world final. You don't do things like that with the world title on the line. To be honest, you don't do things like that either. That was a very questionable shot choice. To say that was low percentage is an understatement.
One.
Will Brecel come to regret that? You don't want to give Selby any encouragement.
Eight.
Yes, Brecel's game is built around attacking shot choices and going for them. But taking on that blue, that was just asking a little too much. Selby thanking the spectator who held the sneeze back until he played the shot.
Twelve. $13. 16.
After this red, the difficulties begin.
17.
One to the cue ball. Just a little further down table. Okay, the angle on the green is okay. Oh, and now the end result is ideal.
20.
Just a pity from Selby's viewpoint that a red came out of the bunch and has partially obscured the black. But he judged this one on the nose. Actually caught the pink first, but it was a very favourable reaction. This table tonight is so reactive. Screwed that back with no effort whatsoever.
$24. Nice. 25.
Selby desperately trying to make Brecel pay for what was an unwise attempt at the blue. $30. The pink will go back on its own spot, freeing up the red next to it.
$36. $37.
The split works just fine.
44.
And it looks as though Brecel's punishment for taking on and missing the blue will be loss of frame.
45. $51. 52.
It's been all very well worked out. And now the black is frame ball.
$59.
The moral of the story for Brecel, rein yourself in.
60.
You're not won yet.
$66. $67.
The more you see of that blue, the more you think, avoid it.
$69. $71. $74. $78.
Selby's highest break of the day. It was essential. The break ends at 78. So does the frame. Luca Brecel sees his lead reduced to 16-11. Whatever you do, don't hit the blue. Has all of Selby's sterling work in the previous frame been undone by that basic error? It's a kiss off not one but two reds. Holding the cue ball delightfully on the black. Into the bunch at the earliest available opportunity. And I think by and large, that decision has been vindicated. Although this red isn't easy. You missed one similar to this afternoon, actually. Frame 23. Red to same pocket when leading 41-0. Selby came back to win it.
$9.
Not the tallest Brecel.
60.
Which makes bridging over a ball like that a little bit troublesome. It was a good attempt, actually, to get position, but in many respects, he caught it and timed it too well. Screwed the cue ball more than he thought he would.
Luca Brecel, 16.
Well, you have to agree with Brecel in the sense that with no positional future, safety was the way forward. The only problem, the safety left much to be desired. And look where the cue ball would have been had the red jangled around in the jaws. And look where it's going to remain. This isn't as though the reds are all tightly packed. It's problems for Brecel. Now that is a shot of which Selby himself would have been proud. And he's a past master at that kind of escaping. Thought about this, targeted the lone red. Didn't just hit that red, but hit it on the correct side. One of the shots of the day. A red has been left, but it's not easy. Distance between cue ball and object ball. Played that with a large element of safety. And Brecel can do the same thing with the red that Selby's left. Playing this with lots of right-hand side to swing the cue ball around. Mission accomplished. Okay, a red close to either top pocket, but as you can see from Brecel's expression, his pathway to both is well and truly blocked. It looked like a wild slash. It wasn't. I think he's done pretty well there, Brecel. Can Selby see enough of the red closest to the pocket to be able to pot it? I would suspect yes. But only just. The pot was good. Holding the cue ball for the black was very good. But
Mark Selby 1.
that could be very bad. Cued right across it.
Thank you. 1.
I've mentioned this before, but they're screwing this cue ball back with consummate ease.
Five.
Brecel would love to see at some point the black back on its own spot. He would love to see the blue in its normal position as well. The reds, in isolation, they're nicely spaced.
6.
But the range of colours restricted.
Nine.
He's left with one of those horrible little shots no player likes. Hence the expression.
Ten.
The flick was a little fortunate, but after a pot of that quality, he deserved it. At one point, I thought he might liberate the pink. This break has been really hard work, and it's at an end.
Luca Brecel, 30.
Now that was loose. The red should have been nowhere near the middle pocket. And you saw from the previous camera angle, Selby can get through. Brecel can breathe a sigh of relief.
Yellow ball. Mark Selby, 1.
Scrappy frames have been in short supply in this match. You always thought, though, with the blue being deep in baulk, the black towards the baulk line and the pink hemmed in, this might become scrappy. Excellent from Brecel. Excellent. As was that from Selby. Just grazed the near jaw, then went on to the far jaw. Having done that, the cue ball could have finished in a lot more of a worrying position for the player in front. This is usually the kind of frame that Selby prospers in. But Brecel so far showing no weakness. Toe-to-toe in this safety bout. And flicks like that too, he's caused no harm. I was going to say the first to blink is Selby. But he's a little fortunate with that kiss. Two reds left, but both are a million miles away from being easy. Let's face it, at this stage of a world final, nothing's easy. So keeping it tight, sensibly. I'll change that. Trying to keep it tight.
One.
Again, the ball's not exactly obeying.
Bramble. Mark Selby, one.
Always looking for maximising the value of a shot. Try to get the black out there. Didn't really succeed, actually. Plus, he could have got the cue ball even deeper in behind the blue. Could be deep enough, though.
Foul and a miss. Mark Selby, four.
Brecel was always going to err on the side of caution there in terms of hitting that red. Better to miss it that way, narrow, give 4 points away, than hit the red and hit them too thick.
Foul and a miss.
I was just going to say he's made the adjustment, but really he didn't.
Mark Selby, four.
That was probably a little more askew than the first attempt. And the way these things work, just 8 penalty points given away. I think Brecel will gladly settle for that. We've seen an inventive cross double from Luca Brecel. Now there's one from Selby, but again, that cue ball just ran on. Can't get into position.
Bramble. Mark Selby, one.
This time the black is brought to its usual end of the table. That was a terrific pot. It really was. And this time, he does have a colour.
Three.
Very low scoring frame. Selby still 13 adrift. So if he pots what you'd regard as the 3 open reds with high value colours, he would still need the awkward red he's just taken a look at, near that right hand side cushion and near the right hand middle pocket.
Four.
That's the circle of influence he wants to drop in. And quite some way short.
7.
These are not enviable shots to take on at the best of times.
Mark Selby 7.
So close, but not close enough.
Thanks. 1.
The only good thing for Selby about his previous shot, red and black went close together. It was always going to be difficult to drop precisely on it.
7. Luca Brecel 7.
Given their respective styles of play, this is the kind of frame you would fancy Mark Selby winning more often than not. But when needs be in this match, when needs be in the championship, Brecel is stuck in and won his share of frames of this nature. Not bad, but does the red to the right of the pink float past the pink and become a potential shot to nothing? Yes, it does. Sections of the crowd imploring Selby to come on, Mark. But there's no pot here. No viable pot anyway. The red is such a big shot if he takes it on. Another one like the blue in the previous frame. You have to seriously question.
One.
Although he's still 15 adrift in this frame, Selby is now very much the favourite. No obvious stumbling block.
3.
Very little angle, if anything, to work with there. Selby 6 behind on the colours. He needs down to the pink.
12.
Now this is the shot that needs to be precise, because going from brown to blue might possibly be an issue.
$15. $19. $24.
Gritty or what? But under this pressure, the pink yet to be potted. Selby, he's a master of suspense, of drama, and of comebacks. Can he pull off another one? Luca Brecel's lead was 16-10, now it's 16-12.
Frame 29, Luca Brecel to break. Thank you. One.
This afternoon, Selby, from distance, wasn't sharp. Tonight, it's been a different story.
Four. Five.
Mark Selby's reputation precedes him. All of the players on the snooker tour know he's never beaten. His powers of revival and recovery are well known. They're extensive. And in a situation like this, they can be intimidating. Selby wants to be in front 16-12, of course he does. But there's something about the smell of defeat, the thought of defeat, that gets him going.
15.
The contact on the pack
23.
was A1. Full ball pretty much on the slightly loose red that went into them, broke the bunch,
24.
and now it's a frame winning chance. As this comeback looks like it's going to gather even more momentum. The pink being
29.
out of commission, well off its spot down in bulk, is a minor irritation. But at the top level, if the reds are well spaced, as they are here, and the player has two of the three high-value colours at his disposal, they're quite happy.
$37. 38. 43. $44.
Not wasting any time in amongst the balls. Trailing 16-10. He was heading for defeat, maybe. A very heavy defeat.
$52.
Now the possibility of a remarkable victory can't be ignored.
$57. $58.
Just the blue and one more red required. Took no chances, kept it simple and placed the cue ball
63.
on a sixpence.
$64.
Brecel must have been wondering when the Selby comeback was going to begin. It's begun.
$69. $70.
And you can trace all of this back to when Brecel took on that ill-advised blue. Selby stepped in with 78. And rhythm, and to a certain degree, confidence
75.
restored. He looked in pretty good nick in the last couple of frames. Looked like his normal self.
76.
Selby's highest break of the day.
81. Thank you. 82.
Now he's in the market for his third century of the match.
$89.
Crowd pleaser. We saw a glimpse there of Selby's wife, Vicky, and
95.
his daughter, Sophia.
$97.
He's got the green for his 12th century of the championship.
100.
And that's the most of anyone. Luca Brecel is next with 11.
104. 109.
One more.
150.
Now that's what you call sending a signal. Loud and clear. He was 16-10 behind. Now though, at the mid-session interval, Luca Brecel's lead is down to 16-13. If Brecel wins this frame, there's the opportunity to exhale. If Selby were to win it, Brecel would be feeling his opponent's breath on his neck. Just a reminder about Mark Selby's powers of recovery on the biggest stage. When he won the championship for the first time in 2014, he trailed RonnieO'Sullivan 8-3, 10-7 overnight. Got the job done in the end. In 2017, in beating John Higgins, another famed member of the class of 92, he trailed 6-2, 10-4, 10-7 overnight again. Came good when it mattered. And even in 2021, his most recent success, he was 5-3 and 6-4 down early against Shaun Murphy before asserting his authority. The only world final he's won from the front was against Ding Junhui in 2016.
Touching ball.
And ironically, through his own deeds, Luca Brecel knows that comebacks are eminently possible at the Crucible. Remember, in the quarterfinals, he was 10-6 down to RonnieO'Sullivan, the defending champion going into the final session. He reeled off the next 7 frames. In the semi-finals, it looked over. He was 14-5 behind against Si Jiahui in a race to 17, but somehow gained the victory. with the most unlikely crucible comeback ever. So Brecel is well aware things can turn around.
Yeah.
Both players looking at each other. Mark Selby, the first to suggest a re-rack, and that's the way forward.
Frame 30. Mark Selby to break.
The second attempt then at frame 30 out of a possible 35. Now that was a bad sign. He jumped up on that in a very nervy fashion and missed the red by quite some considerable distance. Selby is starting to feel this. He's potting from distance. He's getting more and more sharp. Had to avoid the yellow there going in and out of balk, and he just about did.
Set.
To hold for the red, it had to be super delicate.
40. $50.
We know he made the 147 last night, Selby. But arguably this is his best spell of the match.
$22. $23.
Now he's on the correct side of the blue here, but he's left the blue slightly too thin. Yes, he can go into the pack, but not quite with the control he wanted. But that works. It always works. Had a red gone in there, that would have been ultra cruel.
28.
But even from that thin contact on the blue, he controlled the white ideally.
$29.
Not only do I like the way
36.
he's playing, Selby, I like the way he's not hesitating in and amongst the balls. When it comes to shot choices, not second-guessing himself. And that's the sign of a confident fellow. Brecel powerless
43.
in his chair. You can see another frame slipping away. Although when you play a red so deep into the jaws, obtaining position isn't quite as simple as it might appear. Yeah, the cue ball
44.
got away from Selby. Wholesale there. Talk about making amends, but another pressure shot coming up.
49.
As we've mentioned before, the cue ball this evening is very reactive. And Selby just got into it slightly too much as a result of being a little off balance and maybe mistiming it in a minuscule way. That's all you need.
Thank you. Mark Selby, 50.
It's a good foundation for success, and inevitably, in playing safe, Selby puts the black much more awkwardly. That's the second time in this frame we've seen that shot. Lots of upper body movement. Hitting the red grossly thick. Not good signs. And from here, it should be 16-14.
One. Five. Six.
Selby just doing the arithmetic, working out the best way forward. He needs the blue and one more red. Earlier on, Selby missed a black not dissimilar to this. Caught the near jaw, stayed out, but he was playing a complex positional shot there. That was as simple as you like, because it was frame ball. And now the pink will offer another layer of security. .190 unanswered points
18
over the course of the last two frames from Mark Selby.
$19.
There's no way now that Brecel will come back to the table.
24. $25.
He really is an iron man.
$30. $31. Mark Selby, 31. And
The dream of 5 is alive. Selby was 16-10 down. Now it's only 16-14. Wants to end this run of Selby success, which is stretched to 4 frames. The Belgian wants to get his mojo back. It's the way of the snooker world. When you start to play well, things work out. Brecel's forced smile is a little on the disingenuous side. He hates it. Earlier on today, Mark Selby tried a yellow similar to that, trying to power it into the middle pocket and screw off a couple of cushions in and out of bulk. That didn't work out. The brown did.
$6. $13.
Had to take a certain element of risk there. Went into the bunch, but easily screwed back out again. And it's worked out just fine. He played that shot with lots of deep
21.
screw and reverse side to widen the angle of the cue ball off the side cushion. He actually caught it a little too well. That's why he needs the rest.
Nice. 22.
Talk about producing when you need to. Selby's pot success rate in the session that matters most, currently at 95%. And a couple of the pots he has missed have been immaterial, coming at the end of frames already well
20.
and truly secured.
Yep. Okay. 30.
Brecel marooned in his chair. Now having empathy with Selby after their extraordinary semi-final, when it was Brecel on the comeback trail for frame after frame.
$37. $38.
The gentleman second from the left, that's Gareth Potts. Great name, isn't it, for a youth sports expert? He's won a lot of big Chinese 8-ball pool tournaments.
$43.
So much in pool depends on the break-off. So much in snooker depends when players go into the bunch. This time for Selby, it's not worked out.
Mark Selby, 43.
Selby looking good here for two reasons. One, the 43-point advantage, of course. That's self-evident. Also, the fact he has got one red safe. Nevertheless, Selby very mindful that if Brecel got in, he could salvage the frame quite easily. So, shutting the shop. The weight of that cue ball and the direction couldn't have been any better. Fortunate there. Fortunate. Not just leaving the cue ball safe, getting another red close to a cushion. Yes, he's been frozen out for quite some time. Luca Brecel, he's brilliant potting, has suddenly gone west. Remember, Brecel drew a blank in frame 29 and 30. And from where Selby is here, it could be frame 31 also.
1. Six. Seven.
Selby was forced to negotiate two difficult opening matches. Matthew Selt fought back gallantly before losing 10-8. Then Gary Wilson provided stern early resistance.
40.
Eventually succumbed 13-7. Then came Selby's best performance in terms of standard. In every aspect, he was top-notch.
15.
In overcoming John Higgins 13-7 in the quarterfinals. Before crossing the line first in that marathon against Mark Allen 17-15. That's what makes Mark Selby an all-time great. He can win in so many different ways.
23. $30. 31.
Such a hard, uncompromising
38.
snooker player. A
39.
warm, friendly, humble human being. But on the table, cold-blooded.
44. 45. $52. Thank you. Mark Selby, 52.
You know, at 16-10, now to 16-15, Luca Brecel has gone from hero, literally, to zero. He hasn't scored or potted a ball. Suddenly, Mark Selby in total command. Can he make it 6 frames in succession and tie the scores? For now, at least, the wheel has fallen off the Brecel cart. We've seen that kind of red from him 3 times now in relatively quick succession. Missing it by a mile, catching it far, far too full. Now, though, of course, the pendulum of pressure swings back towards Selby.
One.
Now, he's got a realistic chance of being crowned champion for the 5th time. You just sensed the hesitation on the first red. Things in his mind felt a little differently. Brecel's first pot in over 54 minutes of playing time, and that's just actual playing time. It doesn't include the breaks, the spells in between frames. So it's been over an hour in actuality. It's all very well to knock in big breaks when you're flowing. When that flow has been well and truly interrupted, different proposition.
9.
But again, that middle pocket potting comes to the fore. He's left himself nothing easy.
14.
The red to middle is another pressure ball, but at least it's available.
15.
All about nerve now and self-belief. Trying to play calmly.
$17. $18. $23.
We can't get inside Luca Brecel's head. What we can do is tell you this. He's never felt pressure of this magnitude before.
24.
Few snooker players do.
$31. $32.
That's fine. That's fine.
39.
Caught the far jaw, but always going to go in.
$40.
When he was a youngster, he used to love the World Championship, watching all of the action back in Belgium. There's a story that he used to videotape back then all of the matches and watch them for a second time. The tournament caught his imagination. But could Luca Brecel ever have imagined he'd be on the threshold of triumph? He's a little too straight on this black. If he screws back, he will make contact with the red closest to the cushion. Looked at the alternatives, had to risk it, and it's not worked out.
51.
Well, the break is over. All about now keeping things tight. But from where he is, that's not a given.
Luca Brecel, 51.
Wisely realised he couldn't play anything extravagant to get the cue ball back into baulk. So just knocking a red closer to the side cushion. Selby's sequence of domination is punctuated, but he could still steal the frame. Six reds on the table mean there's still 75 out there. With a 50-point lead, Brecel would love to see the frame messed up a little. Trailing by 50, Selby wants the balls as open as is possible. Uncharacteristic safety error. Brecel's half-century has returned a little freedom to the cue arm. Played it as a shot to nothing, of course, quite correctly. Now it's time surely to tuck up, or to get a baulk colour safe.
Green ball.
It's the latter.
Luca Brecel.
Well thought out. You cannot fault his judgment there.
Thanks, Mark.
How significant could that outrageous fluke turn out to be? Not significant at all. Brecel just needs this red and any colour.
One.
What relief for Brecel when the brown refused to drop. That should be frame ball. He's 57 or 56 in front with 51 on. So 2 snookers needed. But we all know Selby can wriggle free in these kind of situations. And he's done so on many occasions in the past. That's why Brecel is not dropping his guard in any way, shape or form.
Luca Brecel, 6.
Selby in first, Mr. Black. Then he received a wonderful slice of fortune, only to miss the brown. That's why he's on the verge of going 2 down with 3 to play. That smacked of desperation at the end of a frame that's very much gone against him. All doubt about the frame, surely removed now.
Eight. Luca Brecel, 8, and a frame.
After failing to score in 3 consecutive frames, Brecel digs deep, makes a 51 break, and moves onto the verge of victory. Mark Selby trailing 15-17.
Luca Brecel to break.
Frame 33 is announced. Frame 33 of 35. This is now the business end. Mark Selby has won 22 world ranking titles. His first was 15 years ago at the Welsh Open. He came up against RonnieO'Sullivan in the final. On that occasion, he was 3 down with 4 to play, but snatched the verdict at 9-8. He's resilient. He won't go away. Parrying for an opening, both of them. And unusually, in the safety stakes, Selby is the first to crack. Brecel doesn't like what he sees. Reds are available, but position, an issue. Well conceived. Now he's potting to middle at the risk of being repetitive. Has been sensational. Another test coming up. Another test passed with flying colours. Now, did the little nudge on the black make it possible to top right? Clearly not, but it's possible to top left. Is this the visit that seals it? Remember, 4 century breaks this afternoon. He's made 8 other breaks in this match of 50 or more.
16. $23. $24.
Does the red go through the gap? If it does,
31.
what a break. What a lucky break. There you can see it sails through. But using the rest in these circumstances, far from easy. Made it look like that, though. Made it look like that.
32.
That could be the beginning of the end. Brilliant.
$39.
In the early to mid-90s, the snooker tour used to go to Belgium for the European Open World Ranking event, and before that, the Humo Masters, an invitation tournament. The game was really popular then, but the thought of having a Belgian world champion never even crossed our minds. Now it is. It's writ large.
40.
Is continental Europe about to have its first world snooker champion. All about connecting the dots, keeping it simple, not
47.
losing the cue ball or concentration.
$48.
You saw the spring in his step there. He's realising, if he minds his work, this is it.
$55. $56.
Down and out against the title holder, RonnieO'Sullivan. Even more down and out against the Crucible rookie, Si Wei. Somehow Luca Brecel found a way. And now he's on the verge
62.
of Wonderland.
$63.
The most routine of blues, and then one more red.
$68.
This is it. The crowd have done their arithmetic. They know. They know. He's almost over the line. But don't take anything for granted against Mark Selby. Even closer to victory now. One more red, and it's definitely safe and secure. What a moment for Luca Brecel. What a moment for Snooker. He knows now. He knows. Mission accomplished. Eurosport took this great game and broadcast it
82.
around continental Europe. And now, the first world champion
83.
from the continent has emerged in Luca Brecel. Can he finish off with a century?
90. 91.
Selby can't be too hard on himself. He's played a terrific championship. But when you're up against an inspired opponent, sometimes there's not a lot you can do.
97.
And to finish off like this,
98.
it's the stuff of dreams. Luca Brecel's 5th century of the day. Someone shouts, Europe! Yes, it is. Europe all the way. No total clearance, but frankly, so what? The job is done. Mark Selby, terrific sportsman. Luca Brecel, world champion. The Belgian bullet has hit the target. He can hardly believe it. Before this, he'd been to the Crucible on 5 previous occasions, and he never won a match. Now he's won the whole shebang. What a turnaround. We knew what his upper ceiling was. It was just a matter of whether he could produce it. And boy, did he produce it. Simply brilliant. Luca Brecel, the 2023
Your champion, Luca Brecel!